date to officially start this engagement, we request that we have a word of prayer, then grab a cup of tea, take 15 to 20 minutes, having our tea, then we can officially start. Do we agree to that? Thank you. So I think I will lead us into the prayer. I don't want to put undue pressure on anyone to lead us into prayer. Let's humble ourselves for prayer. Let's humble ourselves for prayer. Please, it will take just 2 minutes or less. Dear God, we thank you for this day. It's the day that you've made for us to do what we have to do to fulfill our purpose. We thank you for each and everyone who is here. We thank you, Lord Father, that you've set aside this day for us to deliberate on pertinent issues, including the European Union Directives and their implications on Uganda'S agriculture sector, but also the coffee subsector. Lord Father, we pray that as we deliberate, let the deliberations be fruitful. May all our deliberations point out the things that are impeding our coffee subsector, things that are holding back the agriculture sector, and things that can unlock the agriculture sector and coffee sector in specific. Lord Father, we pray that you bestow upon us wisdom that will help us share insights, actionable points and insights that will transform Uganda'S agriculture sector, East Africa community's agriculture sector, but also unlock the potential of the coffee subsector. We pray this and believe in your mighty name. Thank you. Please, let's move to the back and grab a cup of tea and a bite. morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, once again. You will all agree with me that time is of essence and we may have to decide that we get started now. But before we get started, it's important for all of us to know who is in the room so that we can either address each other based on where we work, based on the name, or affiliation. So allow me to move the microphone around for all of us to do self-introductions. I will start with myself. My name is Kafero Habat. I work with Southern and Eastern Africa Trade Information and Negotiations Institute, SEATINI, as the programs manager. And today I'll be the moderator, and I'm also representing the executive director of SEATINI, Ms. Jane Nalunga, who sends you warm regards and greetings. It's also important to recognize that this meeting is being organized by SEATINI in partnership with Uganda Coffee Development Authority. And we are working closely with a number of relevant government ministries, departments, and agencies. That's why in the room, when participants introduce themselves, you will also recognize that we have drawn participation from different key agencies and ministries of government. Thank you so much. So I'll pass the microphone around, starting from the immediate right.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Steve Hodges, the CEO of Uganda Agribusiness Alliance, which, amongst other things, is the Secretariat for the Horticulture Multi-Stakeholder Platform, focusing on export and other horticulture markets. And I'm also on the Governing Council for the new COMESA EAC Horticulture Accelerator here in Uganda, chairing the Committee on Standards and Traceability. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Fred Kayongo, a journalist from Uganda Radio Network.
Rutash Rwengabo, development consultant.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Amanya Julian from Food Rights Alliance.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Winnie Namukisa from Barrow University of Science and Technology.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Doreen Navide, and I work as the Office Administrator of Uganda Parliamentary Alliance on Food and Nutrition Security. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Eddie Muchibi. I'm the Executive Director of Slow Food Uganda and the President of Slow Food International, which is a global grassroots movement.
And I'm Akab Patrick, Mbale Farmers Association. I'm a community monitor. Thank you.
Durham Kimba, Community Monitor with SEATINI.
I'm Kwasi Jane Josephine, Community Monitor and also civil society activists in human rights violations.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The name is Daniel Oweka from the Ministry of EAC Affairs. Thank you.
Good morning. Yahya Mtumba, Acting CEO Bukadef, Kingdom of Uganda.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Omara Simon. I work with Agribusiness Development Center. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Bridget Mugambe. I work with the Alliance for Food Sovereignty in Africa, which is a continental network of networks that works on issues of food sovereignty and agroecology.
My name is Caleb Gumisiriza and I work for Uganda National Farmers Federation.
Good morning. I am Kamesa Esther from Biovision Africa.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Evelyn Akelo. I work as a monitoring and evaluation officer with the International Labour Organization. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Gerard Charo. I work with Uganda Coffee Development Authority as the Director Development Services. Glad to meet all of you. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Medad Kakuru. I'm a researcher at EPRC.
Good morning. I work at Action Against Hunger, Washington.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Richard Okwoto-Kello, Assistant Commissioner, Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, External Trade Department. I also sit on the board of Uganda Coffee Development Authority, representing the ministry. Good morning once again. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Augustine Olo from the Department of Agribusiness and Natural Resource Economics at Makerere University.
Good morning. I'm Rana Hapwe, a journalist from Nation Media Group.
Yes, good morning. I'm Irene Nakamate, working with the Department of Agribusiness and Natural Resource Economics, Makerere University, on the Making the Agriculture Sustainable Trade project. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Brenda Chisingiri. I work with the Ministry of Agriculture. I'm acting principal inspector. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Kizito Elvis. I work with the Uganda Parliamentary Alliance on Food and Nutrition Security. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Namdige Sharifa. I work as Programs Manager, Uganda Parliamentary Alliance on Food and Nutrition Security.
Morning, my name is Richard Obedi. I work as the Executive Director of the Populace Foundation International. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Hassan Namakago from Mbale. I work with SEATINI Uganda as a community monitor. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm called Namirembe Hafsa. I'm a policy analyst at Office of the President.
Good morning, fellow participants. My name is Pros Chikavi. I'm a senior investment executive at Uganda Investment Authority.
A very good morning to you all. My name is Lydia Labanya and I write for New Vision.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Susan Gamwino. I work with Uganda Community-Based Association for Women and Children Welfare, UCOBAC. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Ronette Ayevare, and I work with Global Consumer Center, also known as Consent. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sharon Nafka Seriange. I work with SEATINI Communications.
Good morning, Musa Mbogo. I work with Nile Post.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Name is Mizimbo Benjamin. I'm a farmer.
Yes, good morning. Name is Ali Twaha. I work with Vision Group.
Good morning. I'm Isaac Shinyapa, a Senior Research Fellow at the Economic Policy Research Center. Okay.
Good morning, all of you. I'm Kuto Stephen from Bale. I'm working as a monitor with SEATINI Uganda.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Kaya Christine Nachimwero, Chivoga District Women Member of Parliament, but also the Shadow Minister for Food and Environment, but also on the executive of the Food and Nutrition Alliance in Parliament.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Do we have others? Mugisha Imam, I work with Resource Rights Africa. Thank you so much, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. With all those introductions, we are surely going to have a very insightful discussion. There's no doubt about that, because we have the right stakeholders in the room. And SEATINI was intentional on inviting all of you. So there's no one who is here by mistake. Once again, I would like to welcome all of you distinguished participants. My name is Kafero Habat. I work with Southern and Eastern Africa Trade Information and Negotiations Institute, that's SEATINI. I work as the programs manager, and I'm representing SEATINI Uganda's executive director, Ms. Jane Alunga, who is in another equally important engagement, but she sends warm greetings and regards to all of you. And we're glad to have all of you as part of this engagement. This national stakeholders dialogue on the European Union directives and their implications on Uganda's agriculture sector and coffee subsector is organized by SEATINI Uganda in partnership with Uganda Coffee Development Authority. Because when we talk coffee, UCDA definitely has to come in. And also SEATINI has worked closely with UCDA on a number of issues around the coffee sector. So we're intentional on our partnerships, and we pride ourselves in working closely with relevant stakeholders and partners in order to achieve mutual objectives, but also to cascade our work to greater levels and also reach out to different stakeholder constituencies. And this national stakeholders meeting on the EU, European Union Directives, and their implications on the agriculture sector and coffee sector in particular is part of SEATINI's efforts of promoting inclusive and sustainable trade in Africa. And also it's part of our efforts of enhancing stakeholder engagement and awareness on the European Union directives, and also bringing together stakeholders to shape the discourse around the directives in view of their implications on the coffee subsector. As SEATINI, we monitor developments in the global system, global trading system. And as part of our work, we recognized that the European Union adopted directives, which is the main issue of discussion today. And these directives include the European Union Deforestation Regulation, which is called the EUDR. There is also the CS3D, in full is Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive, among other directives, because we also have the CBAM, which is the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism. So there are a number of directives that European Union has put on table. And these directives were adopted in June 2023. And they have implications on Uganda's agriculture sector and also coffee subsector. I would like to speak a bit about the coffee sector, because coffee is a principal cash crop for Uganda. And nearly every household has at least a coffee plant. In Uganda, 1.8 million households at least are engaged in coffee production. And a third of Uganda's export earnings are derived from coffee. And Uganda is the largest coffee exporter in Africa, followed by Ethiopia. I could say so many statistics, because in 2022, Uganda held the 17th position in coffee exporting in the entire world, not in Africa. So imagine holding a 17th position in the entire world. It means you are a key player. But when we look at the coffee sector, even before the EU directives were adopted, although it contributes immensely to job creation, gross domestic product, and improving livelihoods of majority of the farmers engaged in coffee growing, the coffee sector is facing a number of challenges. Like I mentioned, even before the EU directives were introduced, such as the EU Deforestation Regulation, and the Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive, the number of challenges that the coffee sector was facing, especially how we are integrated in the global trading system. Most African countries export raw coffee beans, and yet value is captured at the downstream segments, the processing, among other processes. Imagine our position as being the largest coffee exporter, and yet we export raw coffee beans. So the need to add value to coffee cannot be overemphasized. But also we recognize that the institution mandated to oversee and regulate the coffee industry, which is Uganda Coffee Development Authority, has done quite a lot in terms of also shaping the policy environment, because we now have a National Coffee Act, and we are yet to have regulations. And the regulations, as part of our advocacy at SEATINI, we've been calling upon government, and specifically the Minister of Agriculture, to approve the regulations. Because without the regulations, UCDA cannot undertake stakeholder consultations. And especially in view of the EU directives, the EU Deforestation Regulation, the Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive, there is a chunk of work that has to be done by UCDA that includes mapping and also undertaking traceability. And EU set a deadline that Uganda has to meet. By 31st December, Uganda has to have submitted a report, a compliance report. But when we look at the financial muscle needed to undertake this exercise, UCDA needs 35.6 billion to undertake this mapping exercise. And you know the budget cycle. UCDA hasn't yet received the money, unless it received it yesterday. But as far as we know, they haven't yet received the money. And when you look at the budgetary allocations, in the budget, UCDA was allocated 13.9 billion against a budget that they need of 35.6 billion, that they need to undertake mapping and traceability compliance requirements. So we also would like to take this opportunity to call upon government to increase budgetary allocation to UCDA, because of what I earlier mentioned, how coffee is one of our leading exports. It's a principal cash crop and one of our leading exports. But there are challenges that the coffee industry is facing, especially when you look at even issues that are faced by smallholder farmers, coffee farmers. Why are smallholder farmers important? Because they're agile, they're able to adapt to different circumstances. And the coffee sector has shown a lot of resilience even amidst numerous challenges. You know, the low prices, limited value addition, climate challenges, among others. The coffee sector is, you know, going on. I mean, it's soldiering on. But when we also look at the global system, the number of evolving dynamics, the trade policy dynamics in view of the EU directives, these have implications on our coffee sector, but also agricultural products in general. Why is the EU market important? Because one would wonder, do we even need the EU market? We export nearly 60% of our coffee to the EU. That's why the EU market is important. Yes, we need the EU market and any other market available, because we cannot say we don't need the EU market. We can go with other markets. Yes, we need to diversify our markets, but also we need to recognize that the markets that we have need to be maintained, and we need to go out and look for other markets. So all that is important. And today's engagement is critical because the voices of different stakeholders will be captured in this discussion, and also to be able to listen to UCDA, what they have to say about the progress, the readiness of Uganda in view of the EU directives. Are we there? Are we soon getting there? Are we stuck somewhere? What support does UCDA need? But also us as actors, because at SEATINI we believe in collective action and collective efforts, because they help to propel us to further greater levels that we may not get to alone. And with those remarks, I would like to wish all of us fruitful deliberations, but also I bring you warm greetings from SEATINI Uganda'S Executive Director, Ms. Jenna Lunga, who is in another equally important engagement. But she's glad to have all of you. And before I go on with the rest of the program, I would like to make some recognitions. And like I mentioned, this engagement is organized by SEATINI in partnership with UCDA. And in this room, we have some key stakeholders that are worth recognizing, although we recognize all of us who are here. But given the nature of our work, there are those stakeholders that we move with in this journey of shaping trade policies, but also engaging various stakeholder conferences. In the room, we have Mr. Richard Okot, who is the Assistant Commissioner, External Trade Minister of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. He's seated right there. You're welcome, sir. We also have Dr. Gerard Chalo, who is representing the Managing Director of UCDA. You're welcome, sir. We also have Ms. Joyce Brenda Chisingiri, who is the Acting Principal Inspector, Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, who is representing the Commissioner at Ministry of Agriculture. You're welcome, Madam. We also have Ms. Namirembe Hafsa, who is the Principal Policy Analyst, Office of the President. You're welcome. We're glad to have you. We also have Mr. Mutumba Yahaya, who is the Acting Chief Executive Officer, Bukadef. You're welcome. We also have Mr. Steve Hodges, the CEO, Uganda Agribusiness Association. We're glad to have you. We also have Ms. Evelyn Akelo, who is the M&E Officer, International Labour Organization. We're glad to have you. We have in the room Honorable George Odong, who is a member of the East African Legislative Assembly. We're glad to have you, sir, and he's the chair of the East African Legislative Assembly Uganda chapter. Thank you for honoring our invitation. We also have Mr. Daniel Oweka, who is representing Ministry of East African Community Affairs. I think he just moved out shortly. We also have Ms. Prosi Chikabi from Uganda Investment Authority. We're glad to have you. We also have Mr. Edward Mochibi, President Slow Food International. We're glad to have you, sir. We have Mr. Dr. Shinyekwa Isaac from Economic Policy Research Center. We're glad to have you, sir. We have very critical stakeholders from Uganda National Farmers Federation. Mr. Gumisiriza, we're glad to have you. We have representatives from relevant civil society organizations that we work with, AFSA, Food Rights Alliance, among others. We recognize all of you because we are in this together, and we're in this to ensure that we contribute to the greater good. We also have Honorable Christine Kaya, who is a Member of Parliament and also a Shadow Minister for Water and Environment. We are glad to have you. It was important for me to do all those recognitions because it speaks to the people we have in the room, but also the relevant stakeholders that you have to speak to, because in this room we have farmers who are actually the most important stakeholders in this struggle. So as they make their submissions, it's important for them to know whom to address their submissions to. And all of us as we speak, because most times we engage not knowing which office is responsible for what. But knowing who is in the room also helps us to align our submissions. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for listening to me, but I am stuck here because I'm the moderator. So I'll continue. Yes. but I will happily continue because I love doing this. And without further ado, I would like to invite the acting managing director. He's representing the managing director of Uganda Coffee Development Authority, Dr. Gerard Chalo. He will be giving some remarks, but also taking us through a very, very interesting session on unpacking the European Union directives and their implications on the coffee subsector. It's important for us to know the deeper issues in the EU directives, in the European Union directives, but also to understand the context. And from him, we will get to know even the readiness of Uganda. Thank you so much, and you're welcome.
Okay, thank you very much, moderator. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I introduced myself, and he introduced me as well. I am standing in for the managing director, who is not here today. The ministers present, honorable members, there are some executive directors, managing directors. I saw my board member for UCDA. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am very happy to be here today on a day when we talk about EUDR, the European Union Deforestation Regulation, and the Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive. So these are two regulations. EUDR began a little earlier, but it is going to be enforced as soon as possible. In fact, effective 1st January, or if you can say, by 31st December 2024, we must be compliant. So that means we have very few months to be compliant. I would like to thank SEATINI for organizing this engagement. It is very important. The directives are affecting, in Uganda, they are affecting coffee, cocoa, and also I think livestock products and timber, if we export timber to UK. But I mean to EU, but our focus is coffee. We also do cocoa, but we have, the ministry is largely in charge. That's why UCDA has been focusing on coffee most of the time. This engagement is part of our efforts to sensitize the public on EUDR and C3D, and exactly what does it mean. I believe maybe many of you don't know, but the directive is going to, if we don't comply, our coffee and cocoa cannot enter the European Union, effective 1st January 2025. So this is why it's important for us to know and put in place the measures that we can to ensure that Uganda is compliant and that we continue to export coffee. Otherwise, our farmers will lose, the exporters will lose, the traders will lose, the processors, and of course government is going to lose revenue that comes from coffee. Now, let me go straight to the presentation because it is going to give you the context that I want you to have. So can we have the presentation on the screen? Okay. Thank you. I can see it. So let's go to Second slide. Continue. Yeah, so I will give you the background to EUDR and what options do we have for compliance, what have we done to date as UCDA and the coffee sector in general, and then way forward. Next. So, this is the background. On 5th December 2022, the EU Parliament approved the new regulation, which we call the EU Regulation for Deforestation-Free Products, EUDR. And this is supposed to ensure that supply chains remain free of products from deforestation. The EU assessed and realized that they are contributing over 50% of global deforestation because of the products entering the EU are resulting from deforestation. And that's why this came in place. So this entered into force on 29th June 2023, which is last year. And as I said, we will enter into application on 30th December this year. This is July. So we have a few months to comply with this regulation. Next. Anyway, the EU regulation, the main objective is to reduce global deforestation. As I said, in the past 10 years, a lot of forests globally have been lost to agriculture, according to FAO, but also according to the EU assessment. And the other issue is greenhouse gas emissions. Many of you have heard about climate change and its effects resulting from greenhouse gases, methane and others. And this, when we cut trees, we increase the emission. And also to reduce the forest degradation. When you cut a tree, you don't plant another. And there are so many effects related to forest degradation. But they also want to promote sustainable consumption and production. I mean, if you, for a sustainable production system where we are not destroying, but we are creating and have better ways of life globally. Next. You man, you're supposed to be with me, okay? So, now, the most important thing. Exporters of coffee, cocoa, and their derivatives. By derivatives, we mean all the products coming from cocoa, chocolate, and the butter. For coffee, we mean powder, and related products must submit documentation, including a detailed land use map, to confirm that the product you are bringing in is deforestation free. A land use map is if you are buying, for example, from Kasese, and you must have a list of farmers, and you must show their GPS coordinates for you to show that in this area where this coffee is coming from, there is no deforestation. The second one is you must comply with local legislation. We have the National Coffee Act, and we have so many laws in Uganda about environment. So exporters or importers, if you are based in Europe, must show that they are complying with the local laws of the land. and they must attach a due diligence certificate. That means if your container, for example, has 20 farmers, you must show a certificate that indicates that this coffee is from these people and is not linked in any way to deforestation. Next. So these exporters are required to present GPS coordinates in that report that shows that this coffee is coming from Alfred. This coffee is coming from Emmanuel. This coffee is coming from him. And these people are based in Kasese, Kamuli, wherever. And when we go to the map, of course, when we put in the coordinates, they will be able to see. And they have the map 2020 backwards. And this map, when they link to your GPS coordinates, must not show that you cut trees, and then your coffee is ending up in the EU market. Hold on. So then the due diligence statement contains origin details, including geolocation, different formats of plot sizes. So if for 10 acres and above, we are required to give a polygon. A polygon is like a drawing of this room where we are, but we indicate GPS coordinates of that corner, and this corner. That's a polygon. So for 10 acres and above, we must show a polygon. For, let's say, 9.9 acres and below, you can indicate a GPS coordinate, just one. This is part of the information that they are talking about. But the implication is bigger. It means we must, as a country, have a national database for coffee farmers, for cocoa farmers, and for whichever product that is affected by this regulation and ends up in the EU. Next. So this is what I said. Every batch of coffee ending up in the EU must be traceable. I heard there is one farmer here. Where is the farmer? Stand up. So we have a farmer. Where do you grow from? Mbale. Which district? Mbale district, okay. So he's from Mbale. If his coffee ends up in one of the containers, let's say he's the one exporting, and he has picked coffee from him. When the coffee reaches Europe, there is a list indicating that he contributed 5 bags. And on that list, we have his coordinates. When we put in the computer, we can see his farm back in Mbale. And we can link that farm to an area map that shows that he actually didn't cut trees. If, for some reason, when they check, it returns that he actually destroyed the forest between 2020 and now, and planted coffee, whoever took that coffee is going to be fined. The importer, the other side, is fined. If the importer is fined, it means even the exporter here is going to be fined. And you will destroy that coffee at your own cost. So this law is extremely stringent on deforestation. And Yes, this I have already said. Their intention is to reduce deforestation and reduce global warming resulting from our bad actions. Next. So what do they mean when they say deforestation free? The commodity is produced on land that has not been subjected to deforestation after December 30th, 2020. The interesting part of the law is that it is retrospective. It is back and forth. So if you cut a forest after December 2020, you are culpable. Even though the law came in force in June 2023, and will be in force December 2024. It's just a bit of confusion. So they have brought it backwards a bit, and then they move it forward. So even if the law was not in place and you cut a forest, unfortunately you cannot export. Next. So many of you are aware about deforestation. It is the conversion of a forest for agricultural use. Yes, that is as simple as that. Like he mentioned, the EU market is very important for Uganda. And I want to correct what you said. You said 17th, but Uganda was the 7th exporter of coffee globally in the year that you mentioned. Now, and over 60%, our percentage ranges from 60 to 75, depending on our harvest. Imagine 60 to 70% of our coffee ends up in the European Union. That is in Italy, Germany, Spain, Belgium, and many others. And that means, as a country, if we do not comply, we are doing self-damage. We are damaging our own market or exports. And this is the gist of the matter. So we must, for us to maintain our coffee market, we must be compliant. We must put in place whatever it is required to make sure that we comply because of the importance of the market. Imagine only about maybe 35% of our coffee ends up elsewhere. So this is Africa, USA, and other continents, China, So this is the importance. Luckily enough, we have the National Coffee Act in place, which many of you didn't like. But it came much earlier, and it gives UCDA the mandate actually to register farmers, just for the good. Then it was done for the good of the coffee farmers, for provision of extension services and distribution of agri-inputs, and just for traceability in case you want to sell very good coffee. But it's going to help us to be compliant. Next. So, because of the issues here that I have mentioned, and for us to ensure traceability, we must have a national traceability system, which means we need a register of all coffee farmers. And in fact, we need it yesterday because December is approaching. Now, unfortunately, some buyers have already signaled that they will not sign contracts with our exporters if we don't show compliance. It gets worse, Now this is bad enough. Even before the deadline hits, we perhaps are not able to sign some contracts. And any coffee, as I have said, any coffee associated with deforestation will be prohibited from the EU market. And exporters that do not adhere to that regulation will be fined 4% of their revenues if they are based in the EU. So, it's our responsibility to make sure that we comply. Next. So, because of the challenges, many exporters are trying to see how they can be compliant. How can we get these farmers to register and have the polygons or GPS coordinates such that they continue exporting? So this is the bigger challenge for all of us, for government, for exporters, for private sector, for all of us who are here. And who knows, perhaps in the next few years, it will be other countries coming on board, also saying, don't bring in your coffee if it's a result of deforestation or human resource abuses. I have talked much less about CS3D, the corporate sustainability due diligence. It's about human rights and labor rights. So some of you don't want to pay your workers. You are violating that corporate sustainability due diligence. There's also child labor. Yes, in that. But because this has been passed just recently is why we are still a bit silent, but they go hand in hand. Okay, let's go to another slide. So what have we done as the coffee sector? We have been holding meetings. We have been sensitizing value chain actors. Of course, perhaps the scale was not as big because of funding limitations. But what I can report that is very good is that the private sector involved in coffee is working very well with UCDA to make sure that we achieve compliance. At UCDA, we have developed a system. Fortunately, this system came before even the law was, before the regulation came in place. We have the geospatial M&E system, which we intended to use actually to register farmers. So this is already in place. We don't want to reinvent the wheel. Whoever is going to register farmers can use our system. And I have already talked about the Coffee Act, which gives UCDA the mandate to register farmers. Next. So we have a dedicated technical working group on EUDR and CS3D, comprising of UCDA, NITAU, NIRA, MAIF, Minister of Trade, Minister of Water, Minister of Local Government, and key players in the coffee sector, majorly exporters. But even you people here can join. So this technical working group is the one that is working around the clock to see that there is compliance. We have conducted meetings, I have told you, and this is one of them, where we sensitize the public on EUDR and CS3D. The difference maybe is that we are still in Kampala. But I think this financial year, which began when? Last week? Yes, this financial year we are going to full-scale sensitization to inform our value chain actors. The importance of this is our farmers must know. We are going there to take details from them and move around the plot if we are taking GPS coordinates, but we also need to know the implications of EUDR for all of us. And this is why the sensitization is very critical. Our system has to integrate with the EU system for you to be able to download the due diligence certificate. So that is work that we have planned to do this financial year. Perhaps maybe by January we should be able to link our system with the EU system. I must add that there are so many other agencies that are already linking and downloading the due diligence certificate. So people are working very fast and towards compliance. Next. So UCDA has, and the technical working group have developed budgets that we need to ensure compliance. We submitted them to the government, and this financial year, government has provided at least an initial budget towards the traceability of coffee. And of course, it's not fully sufficient, but we keep mobilizing, and the private sector is responding very well. They are mobilizing funds. We have our friends from API Trust. They are doing a great job of ensuring compliance. You must have seen some calls for proposals for farmer registration. They are led right now by API Trust. Yeah. So we thank them for that gesture and for standing in the gap. Next. Okay. It seems as if everything is negative about EUDR and C3D, but actually not. There are some opportunities. First of all, we have not been having a national register. And we were going to perhaps do it at a snail speed. But now, we must have it in place. So that's an opportunity for us to create our national traceability system and a national register. And for those people who have already mapped, there are companies, by the way, in Uganda who have already mapped their farmers. It is a fact. And right now they have access to the market. They already have access to the market. And because of reduced deforestation, we definitely shall have sustainable ways of farming. And as of yesterday, we have had so many people expressing interest to support the coffee sector for farmer registration. So I am quite optimistic. We are going to have the resources we need to register all farmers and achieve compliance. Next. So, in conclusion, we need to fast track the registration of farmers, coffee farmers, and set up the national traceability system for us to ensure compliance to EUDR. So all the steps I have mentioned, most importantly, we must avail funds, make sure that coffee farmers are registered. We have taken the polygons, we have taken GPS coordinates, and we have their details. Whichever container is going to leave Uganda, destined for Europe, come 1st December 2025, must show. Okay. It is 1st January 2025 or 30th December 2024. That's why I said we have a few months to achieve compliance. It's our responsibility as a country to ensure that we continue to access the markets for Europe, and our farmers and our exporters and our revenues don't suffer. That is it. Next. Okay, so thank you very much. I welcome comments, discussions around this subject.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gerald Chalo from Uganda Coffee Development Authority. I think he deserves a better round of applause. Thank you. That was very insightful, and it raised a number of questions, and it tickled our minds in different ways, and we're going to engage at an opportune moment. But before we go on, I would like to recognize Honorable Kadogo Veronica, a member of the East African Legislative Assembly, who has just joined us. Thank you so much. We're glad to have you. Just to bring you up to speed, in the room we have a cross-section of stakeholders drawn from relevant government ministries, departments, and agencies. We also have farmers, because we cannot talk about coffee farming without farmers. Most of us are laptop farmers, and we tweet from wherever we are without actually going into actual gardens. But we're involved in the policy influencing work, which is also equally important. And we also have the media, so you will be quoted in case you say something, and I hope consent is given by default. Yes, and given that we registered, there was a provision for consent, so that one is already confirmed and granted. We also have representatives from relevant civil society organizations that are working on these issues. SEATINI believes that joining efforts with relevant actors helps us to get greater mileage. We also have research representatives from research institutions, Economic Policy Research Center. We have representatives from International Labour Organization, among other very relevant institutions. In this conversation, we have representatives from Uganda Investment Authority, Bukadef, because you cannot talk about coffee without bringing Buganda in the conversation. So we have Buganda represented here, and since coffee is mainly grown in the central region, so that voice is well represented. And we have members of the National Assembly, the Parliament of Uganda, among other distinguished participants, who will actually introduce themselves when they're making submissions. And I would like to go back to the presentation by Dr. Gerald Chalo. It tickled our minds, and he gave us some hope that it's not all gloomy, although the European Union directives are stringent, especially given the tight deadlines, but also the context, because African countries are operating under different contexts of limited resources. And when we talk about our circumstances, we are one of the resource constrained countries. Our ends are not meeting, budgetary allocations are not sufficient enough to enable us to be able to meet certain objectives, but also deliver on the mandates of institutions like UCDA. And Dr. Gerald Chalo informed us that there's a portion of the money that is required by UCDA to undertake mapping and traceability requirements and compliance that they have so far received. But from what we gathered and our engagements with UCDA, they needed 35.6 billion, and what was allocated in the budget was 13.9 billion. So we are yet to know how then private actors will come in, Abbey Trust among others, how they will come in to complement and supplement what government has already set out to do. And speaking about the implications of EU directives, the deadline is close. 31st December, and it's the deadline for submitting compliance report. And 1st January 2025, full implementation will happen of the European Union Deforestation Directive. And agricultural products like coffee, among others, soy, cocoa, among others, are looked at as major drivers of deforestation. That's why the EU, although it introduced these directives and a number of stakeholders appreciate these directives as well-intentioned, but they have implications for the agriculture sector, but also the coffee sector in particular. And this engagement is critical in capturing stakeholders' voices, concerns, and also interests in this discourse. And without further ado, I would like to then get to the next session on our program, because we have a program before us. And what Dr. Gerald Chalo did is he gave us a very good and rich presentation that navigated us through the context of the EU directives, especially the European Union Deforestation Regulation and the Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive that were adopted in June 2023, on 29th June 2023. And they are yet to be fully implemented, and the deadline is close. And a number of issues came out of the presentation that he delivered, which we will engage on later, because we have a program and there's room for us to engage on this, unless someone has a burning question for UCDA, which they would like to raise right now. But I would request that you allow me to proceed, but also some members of parliament who are here with us, given that there's a lot of business happening in parliament in view of shaping different policies, but also addressing a number of pressing issues. They may have to leave shortly, but we'll give them some time to make their submissions. So we will be interrupted, but it's a constructive interruption, and I hope we can all allow for that interruption to happen. And this engagement is live streamed across SEATINI Uganda'S social media platforms, on Zoom and on YouTube. And the hashtag for this engagement is Coffee Value Chain UG, because we believe as SEATINI we need to unlock the potential of the coffee sector, but also improve the coffee value chain so that it works for everyone, not those that are at advanced stages of the value chain, but also the farmers who are unfairly treated because there is no minimum price. The middleman sets the price, and also a number of challenges have been coming out, but we will engage at an opportune time. And I would like to introduce the next session, which is actually plenary. We are lucky that we have the plenary coming next, so there's room for some members of parliament who are leaving to make their submissions, and I kindly request that we all allow that I invite Honorable Christine Kaya to make her submissions, because she informed me that she has business to do in parliament, and by consensus, please may we welcome and allow, yes, please, Honorable, you could come here and make your submission. Thank you.
Sorry to rush you, but I felt this was a very important engagement. I thank you for sharing, and I also thank SEATINI for convening us. I thank the partners who have been spearheading the growing and marketing of coffee. Thank you so much. Once again, Kaya Christine Divogan, those are the people I represent, but I also belong to the National Unity Platform Party led by Kyagulanyi Robert Sentamu, and I'm the Shadow Minister for Water and Environment. But I also form part of the
Executive Committee for the Food and Nutrition Alliance in Parliament, and that is why I'm here, because much as Uganda was rated as being poor at utilizing coffee products, I think we are moving somewhere. We don't advocate that we spend a lot of money teaching people how to take coffee. We just need to build their perception, and then we move on. We have had the new directive, and to me, I see this as another IFRIS type of mechanism in coffee farming and in coffee trading. You know, Uganda, we have been most of the time hiding our businesses under there. I am very happy about the openness, but we still have to tell farmers if there is a relationship between being part of the database and taxation, such that our farmers don't leave coffee farming. You see some of these messages, when they listen to them, some may go in for other crops and leave coffee. So we need to be clear on the relationship between the database and taxation of these farmers. And then I am very happy about this directive helping us with the biodiversity management and reducing the exposure of our earth to greenhouse gases. I am happy that the Coffee Development Authority people now are going to join us in the activism for climate change management. I have been looking out for them for some good time, and they were somewhere in their corner waiting for us to say, please don't cut trees, please. You are welcome. We are going to welcome you very well in this activism, because one of the first agricultural negative effect of climate change was cited in the reduced yields for coffee. But from that research, no, we are not linking up well. So at this moment in time, it is also very important to also focus on the smallholder farmers and how they can integrate, actually we call it agroforestry, which tree species must be incorporated in the coffee shambas. We need to come out clearly with that, such that if somebody has cut trees to establish, then he or she must must establish the other trees within the shamba, such that we don't miss initiatives in additional tree planting. So UCD, you need to come out clear on that. Yes, we have been giving them some tree seedlings in line, but we need to, expound on this and then avail the tree seedlings, because they may not be allowed. I don't think it is bad to have tree seedlings in the Ministry of Agriculture, to have tree seedlings in NFA, to have tree seedlings everywhere. I think it is okay. And then the issue of traceability. We have been informed about this in the presentation, and we are going to follow the regulations of our country as well, because in carbon management, in carbon trading, there is a scenario coming up, the colonialism, the issue of colonizing us in carbon trading, where people who have money come and establish forests, and they take all the credits, and you, the owner of the countries, are not earning out of it. So I think we need also to align some of these submissions to our regulations and see how we can accommodate the smallholders, because these ones form the biggest part of it. And so I am very optimistic that we can't run away from this. I come from a Uganda area where we have been advocating Mwanyiterimba as a serious what? a serious intervention, and people are opting to go for coffee. So I pray that as our farmers opt, that this not be another disqualifying factor for our farmers to earn, but I also invite for us to be clear on the composition of the task force, because when I looked at the presentation, really, not to have any civil society in there, I already feel, I don't know, sick. When ABI Trust is listed, they are moving on with some activities. When SEATINI is spending to convene us here to understand, and then I cannot see anything to do with the civil society, the composition of the task force. No, we need to be clear on this, because this will demotivate our people and our civil society. Remember, they are the ones reaching out to the poor of the poor. And so, even UNFE, Uganda National Farmers Federation, SEATINI, ABI Trust. So, we would like to have a unifying task force. The reason why some of the initiatives have been failing is the composition of the task force. And then we also have to explain to our people the relationship between the directive and the proposals such as Pineti. Isn't it another way of disqualifying you, the small farmers, and then, leaving the coffee production to some other people who are... So the way we are explaining to our people is very important, especially the smallholder farmers. And then finally, December 2024 is too near. I don't know how ready we are. In that regard, I'm requesting that you highlight the different stakeholders and what is needed. Do you expect anything from Parliament as far as this directive is concerned? I need to know. And then we convene as members of Parliament, even the members from the East African Legislative Assembly, even the Pan-African Parliament. What are we supposed to do before 30th December 2024? What should civil society do? What should researchers do? What should the private sector do? Help us share that with our people such that we don't lose any market, because the speed at which we are encouraging our farmers to go for coffee has been terrible. We don't want it to stop at all. I thank you so much. I don't know if I'll be able to listen in to other submissions, but mine were somehow like comments that can be integrated in the preparation for Uganda to hit the European market sustainably. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Christine Kaya, who is a member of Parliament here in Uganda, but also the Shadow Minister for Water and Environment. And she made very important submissions, and she brought in the angle of biodiversity conservation, which is also critical, that the EU Directive, the European Union Deforestation Regulation in particular, could actually help in biodiversity conservation, because we are losing our biodiversity. I think that's another angle that she has brought into the discussion, which is also critical. But also she pointed to the pre-existing challenges that we've been facing as a country in view of coffee farming, because our farmers have had challenges even to get the right seedling. There is cutting one, cutting two. I mean, the farmers know it better, because those are challenges. But also she spoke to the mandate of UCDA, where she pointed out that maybe there is need for UCDA to do more of what it's doing and to scale up the interventions. But also, Honorable, I would like to confirm to you that SEATINI is a member of the task force, just like other relevant stakeholders and actors like ABI Trust. But also, there's an issue that Honorable has brought out, but also Dr. Gerald Chalo brought out the issue of where the private actors come in. And Dr. Gerald Chalo spoke to the issue of the funding gap because they have received the first disbursement from government and they're expecting more. However, there is a tight deadline. So that's where the private actors, the ABI Trust, come in to help UCDA in order to undertake the mapping exercise, among others. But as we talk about traceability, we need to get it right that there is the satellite technology that is involved, the GPS. And that satellite technology is owned by someone. It's patented. It's not free of charge. So government is actually going to pay money to the company that is, that owns the patent and that technology to be able to do the traceability, that satellite, to navigate the space and be able to get the GPS coordinates of smallholder or coffee farmers. And it's very important for all of us to recognize that there's a lot of data being collected and captured. So I think there's also another issue that we may explore deeper when we get to that moment of interrogating who owns the data, how do they use it? Because there's the data value chain. We're talking about the coffee value chain, but now there's the information value chain. Someone is capturing all that data. So it's important for us to be alive to those dynamics. So without further ado, I'd like to open up the discussion for just 10 minutes, and we go to the next session. I request one of the team members to move the microphone. Please bring it to Honorable Veronica Kadogo from the East African Legislative Assembly. Thank you. Honorable, could you please make your way here, if you don't mind?
Thank you, moderator. Our conveners, CTN, the different stakeholders, UCDA, farmers, and honorable colleagues. Once again, my name is Veronica Kadogo, a Yala Member of Parliament. I want to comment on the issues which Mr. Chalo has commented on about UCDA. All our concerns about coffee. And as you know, that coffee is our third export as a country. And as a country, we are number 3 in Africa in exporting coffee, and we are number 7 in the whole country, in the whole world, in exporting coffee. And the official from UCDA, he has talked about the limited funds, because right now our biggest challenge is about European Union, about their decline to take on our coffee. And the only remit we have as a country is to go by their guidelines. And the remit that we have the traceability system. And the traceability system is having a challenge of underfunding. So I would like to ask the official from UCDA. Our budget for this specific system, the traceability system, it was 32 billion. And you were only allocated 13 billion, which is not even half of your budget, which you allocated for traceability system. And when you look at the whole budget of UCDA authority, the budget is 72 trillion. Now, I would request that as we are given the deadline of December, can the authority put all its effort and also use the available resources. Because if you look at 72 trillion as a budget for UCDA, and you see that the main objective of UCDA is coffee. And then if we are not exporting the coffee, because our main buyers, the European Unions, have given us guidelines, and if we don't meet these guidelines, they will not take on our coffee. Just as my colleague Christine has ably mentioned, that if you look at Uganda, we've been encouraging farmers in Uganda to grow coffee. And if they grow their coffee and then the market is not there, there is going to be a serious problem. So we need to urgently work on the market. We need urgently to make sure that we meet the guidelines and what they have told us, why they're not taking on our coffee. Their issue is very simple, the issue of deforestation. And these are the issues which we've been talking about, that they need to be addressed through climate change. So urgently, UCDA needs to work on the system, the traceability system, to make sure that we meet the deadline, and our main buyers, the European Unions, they don't stop buying our coffee. And I want also to conclude by thanking SEATINI, because SEATINI, they are our conveners, and the reason why they have convened this meeting is very urgent, because as you look at Uganda, Uganda is an agriculture country, and our main export is being affected, and we need to work on it urgently. I want also to thank UCDA, but my request to you as an organization, if your main objective is coffee, and your budget is 72 trillion, and the challenge that you have right now is 32 billion. My request is that you get all the resources, or half of the resources that you have, and you put it on the traceability system so that Uganda can benefit from coffee. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Veronica Kadogo, for adding your voice to the other earlier submissions, because the issues around UCDA's capacity to undertake the mapping and traceability are urgent and cannot be overemphasized because there is a deadline. I think that's what really came out from her submission. But also the budget, their budget is around billions, is in billions. Honorable mentioned 72 billion. It was actually supposed to be billion. But since we have Dr. Gerald Chalo from UCDA, who will share more about the figures, but what we gathered as SEATINI after analyzing the budget and the different documents is that there is a budget for the traceability, which is 35.6 billion, but the allocation is 13.9 billion, which is lower than what they wanted, they put on table. So from what Dr. Gerald Chalo shared with us is that other private players and relevant stakeholders are coming in to support. But also that doesn't take away the role of government to fully finance this mandated institution, which is Uganda Coffee Development Authority, and to also approve the regulations, the national coffee regulations, and so that UCDA can be able to undertake consultations, stakeholder consultations, and also comply. We need the EU market and other markets because a lot of our agricultural products, even beyond coffee, go to the EU. That cannot really be overemphasized. And there is a deadline. I would like to invite Mr. Muchivi to make his way to. Oh, you want to make your submission right there? Thank you. Please, I will hand over this microphone to you.
Thank you so much. I'll start from the point of funding UCDA. Thank you, SEATINI, for convening us, and also thank you, Dr. Charo, for the presentation, which highlights the key issues and how we are going to navigate the EUDR. It's now clear that we need to comply. We should stop the denial. A lot of stakeholders in the oil palm and other sectors have been propelling the denial that this is against our development as a country. But the EUDR, we needed it also as a country, because we are destroying this country like it will cease to exist in the next 20 years. Sugarcane is finishing up the forests, oil palm on the islands. Now it's now heading to Usoga to clear the remaining forests there. And then we should not wait for coffee also to be a major culprit in this. Of course, the EU put coffee at 7% level of deforestation. In Uganda, it might be lower. In other countries, it's higher. So we need the EUDR. What we need to do now is to comply. My worry is every time UCDA asks for money, the government prioritizes other institutions than UCDA. And UCDA works on the cash cow of this country, coffee. Imagine just last year, the earnings from coffee exports were $121 million US. $121 million US, but we cannot invest $10 million US for the future of a sector that gives that amount. And 60% of these $121 million US came from the European Union, which is actually asking us to comply. But we cannot allocate $10 million US as a country. The issue is not money in this country. This country is rich with resources, with cash, with income generating activities and resources, but the problem with this country is priority. The issue UCDA is struggling with EUDR traceability system and funding the system is a question of prioritization by the government. So we have to call on the government to prioritize the funding of the traceability system. There is no way out, because EUDR is not only actually targeting developing countries or only coffee, it's also targeting European countries which will not be able to export products out of Europe if they have been grown on deforested land. So it's not targeting us. Even EU countries, member states, are going to be victims of that policy, of that regulation. So we need to prioritize our we need to put our funding priorities clear. And also when it comes to mapping, I believe there are many civil society organizations, especially those working at the local and international level. We have the Slow Food Coffee Coalition, and we are now putting the EUDR as a priority in terms of raising resources to support smallholder farmers to comply. So this is why Honorable was here talking about the involvement of the civil society organization. UCDA, SEATINI is here, but you need to also open up a lot more to the civil society organizations to help push for this, for the implementation, and also to help build your support towards getting the resources that we need. I think we need to work together on this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Muchivi. I request she gives the submission, then come to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Dr. Chalo, for that presentation. Once again, my name is Bridget Mugambe, and I work with the Alliance for Food Sovereignty in Africa, which is a continental network of networks. Yeah, I just have a few questions for information and clarification. One, as part of your presentation, you talked of the process that has to be done and the due diligence, the traceability, and I just wanted to know whether there is a cost analysis that has been done for different stakeholders, because when such regulations normally come into force, then for example, looking at how our marketing is done, farmers will produce, then someone will collect the produce. So there are costs there that will be attached ultimately, and what this means to the farmer, to the middleman, ultimately to the person who is importing, because then farmers can have a clear understanding of what to expect as they get into coffee production. The other is around, is on the period after 2020. So are there provisions to negotiate for reforestation for those that have already gone into coffee farming? And of course, this regulation had not yet come into place, but they are already on land that was deforested and they are into coffee farming. So are there provisions for that kind of negotiation, to call it that, or then they now have to look for other options? Yeah, the last one is to really get an idea of whether UCDA has done any other benchmarking from other countries. I'm interested in this because we work at a continental level, benchmarking in terms of how other countries are dealing with the EUDR, and if there are lessons that we can learn from there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We could move right here, then we end with him. I request that after the submissions, we will have the panel discussion.
Thank you. Again, I'm Steve Hodges with Uganda Agribusiness Alliance. As I read the documents from the EU Commission, I think we have a little more time on the Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive. It's been published, but it will actually go into effect the end of this month. But then the EU member nations have to pass their own legislation consistent with it, and they have until July 2026 to do that, after which it'll go into effect around July 2027. Having said that, there's still an urgency. As long as we're needing to develop traceability systems already, we should go ahead and plan ahead and not get caught out without the capacity to measure for that. The CS3D, of course, involves more than just, it's something different than the deforestation regulation. That is, it's not about deforestation, it's about a broader range of environmental impact and human rights impact, which for us in Uganda and sub-Saharan Africa would include things like child labor, would include things like worker conditions and things like that, which means that the process of record keeping and connecting record keeping into a traceability system would be very important. The other thing about CS3D, and I don't want to take away from the focus here on coffee, but the Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive is not just about coffee and cocoa, it's about any exports, both agricultural and non-agricultural. So those of us who've been working, for example, as I have, in fresh fruits and vegetable export area, we've got to also plan ahead for traceability. It's great that UCDA and the ministry are developing farmer registration in coffee, but we're going to have to do that in fresh fruits and vegetables as well. So what we need to be thinking about is how can we develop traceability systems that are sufficiently rigorous to meet the continuing expanding requirements from the EU. There's another one coming up probably in a year or two called PFAS. It's about the nanoplastics that are in the water supplies, especially of the Western countries, but also around the world. There's going to have to be tests done and submitted for anything grown which depends on water, which of course everything does. So we need traceability systems that include but go beyond what's being proposed within coffee. We need to be thinking about this in the longer, we need to not wait till the last minute. be thinking ahead. I don't want to take away from the urgency of everything that's been said today. A lot has to happen just even in the coffee sector by the end of this year. But we also need to realize there's a lot of other implications beyond that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Steve Hodges. He has raised an issue around building a rigorous traceability system, because we need to navigate the global trading system and be able to identify what are those emerging requirements for us to trade, and can they be integrated in the system rather than developing one in a hasty manner and then it only serves this purpose of coffee. So that's very, very important. But also Ms. Bridget Mugambe alluded to the issue of best practices by other countries, because we are not the first. We are not the only country that are exposed to the EU, but how are other countries like Tanzania doing it? Are they ahead? How have they navigated this? How are they able to develop their system, undertake mapping, consultations, but also how is government able to support the authorities in charge to undertake the consultations, and among other issues that pertain to best practices that other countries have taken on. And Mr. Muchivi, President Slow Food, pointed to the issue of priority. We are missing out on priorities. We need to get our priorities right. I think that cannot be overemphasized. If it's priority, if this market, the EU market, is a priority for government, let government do the needful. But also, the EU directives are not for Uganda alone, all African countries alone. They are both for the EU and non-EU countries. So that's something important to note. I will invite you, sir, to make your submission.
Thank you, moderator, and thank you, Dr. Gerard, for the insightful presentation. I have two comments, one comment and a question. The comment is, I see we have no time left between now and the December deadline, and I'm worried that we might lose the market, or a proportion of the market, because I don't think we are ready to sustain the 60% that has been going to the EU. So in this regard, is it possible for UCDA to segment the exporters and really identify a few whom they can prepare, and you really focus on those ones? So that we know by December at least our 60% is secure. We can still export our 60% to the EU. At least we really focus, we consolidate our meager resources and prepare a few exporters to secure our 60% market. Secondly, the EU directive has come in, but as a country we still have our targets of say 20 million bags. And we wouldn't want to keep, someone talked about denying, and to raise this, to come to this target of 20 million bags somewhere, we have to increase the area and production, and to some extent we have to clear some forests. So I would like to know what UCDA is doing to ensure that in an attempt to increase our production to 20 million bags, we really don't encroach on the forest, and then it again goes back to what we are trying to address right now. So UCDA, what plan do you have to hit our target of 20 million bags without expanding area under production? Because most likely increasing area under production will mean that we have to open up more land, which is under forestry. So what are the strategies in place to make sure that we don't do that blunder? Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we cannot really miss out on having a farmer make their submission, because they're the ones that have the most market knowledge in coffee farming and growing other crops. But I request that we have the last two submissions from our good friend right there under the MATS consortium, and also The lady behind there.
Thank you so much for the discussion. One, I would really be interested to learn on whether we have a chance, because we talked about this sometime, we've been talking about it, like we need more time, but I don't know how far the engagement has gone or can go for us to buy more time for transition. Because from the very beginning, perhaps we know that yes, the TCA came out earlier, before even the EU directives, but how the message has gone down to the real farmer is not really clear. And for them to register, we need their will in the very first place, because they are partners in this. So for the sake of having transition and having farmers register, we know that them that are working with certain companies are already registered, and yes, they are secure. But how about the individual farmers who are not part of a cooperative, who are not part of an exporting company? What happens? So the task force that is undertaking this, first of all, I would request that as we secure perhaps more time, or if we are working within these 6 months that we are left with, the awareness program should have a message. She talked about how other countries doing it. Maybe we can know how do we package the message, because for a smallholder farmer, hearing the registration, this is tax. So we need to know how best we are delivering a message to a smallholder farmer for them to actually like and positively come into this, because anyway, they also want the returns. Lastly, we are promoting coffee because coffee is one of our own, like it's our own. And new people are coming, they would want to invest, they would want to start up coffee growing. But if so happens that clearing land goes way back December 2020, does it mean that people who want to start coffee growing should be a bit more considerate on where they go to grow coffee? Do we have identified areas that maybe these areas, if you go there, then that's not deforestation? Because at the end of the day, they will have to clear something. And after all, coffee is also a plant, I mean a tree. So how are we managing this so that we know the degree of deforestation we are referring to, so that as we go to the 20 million bags, we are also secure in terms of opening up new areas for coffee growing to meet our targets. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I'm Florence Nasuna. I work with the Advocacy Coalition for Sustainable Agriculture, AXA. Me, I'm so happy with this directive. I'm very happy because we've always been crying for biodiversity conservation, incorporation of agroecology in whatever we are doing, but the cry was not coming out so clearly. So I feel we are now moving towards that. Secondly, for me, I'm not worried about the sake of farmers. Farmers have now tasted the sweetness of coffee. We are into coffee boom, only that the message was really not coming out to the ground very well. Let's go out, popularize this information in probably the local languages. Farmers are going to work backwards. They are going to put these agroforestry trees in their farms, and we shall see that change. Because if you assure them with the market, a farmer can do anything, at any time, because they know they'll get the return out of this. So what am I saying? The private sector that is in here, the Chagalanyis, together with the civil society, we need to go back. We help farmers. Before we we point at UCDA because UCDA will lament the same today and tomorrow. Let's go back. We help the farmers as soon as possible. Though we are seeing December being near, but in Uganda anything is possible. We shall do the cry, we shall have those pressure groups, and our farmers are going to benefit from this market. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I request that we take the farmer. Please make your submission in less than a minute. Please, could you hand over the microphone? Let him first make his submission in less than a minute, then we could go to the farmer.
Thank you, Herbert. I'm Imam. I work with Resource Rights Africa. Back to the gentleman's worry about, government not prioritizing the traceability system. Now, I think as a country, we have had a president who thinks he's the wise. And I want to challenge, UCDA to really, do a study of how much has been, coffee contributing to our gross domestic product. Now, present those figures to the president. Now, as we come close to the deadline of the compliance report, tell him how much are we going to lose. If we are going to lose 4% of, the 60% of the coffee that we take out of the country, those are the statistics that our president, who thinks he's the wise, needs to listen. But if you don't do such, next time we are coming here to reflect on the same. That is my humble submission, although it seems to be radical.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, my name is Naim Akab, Bali Farmers Association. I'm worried with the UCDA for delaying with information. In fact, the farmers have not got information, and yet they have set deadlines. Now I want to ask you, which body is responsible for giving farmers information? Then another thing is about what relationship did the UCDA have with other organizations like NARO, IUCN, and WUA, which can advise farmers? Because someone was talking of productivity, increasing productivity without encroaching the forest. That is very simple with how the farmers, how can farmers learn to manage their soil fertility management? But who is responsible? How can these people, who can connect them to the farmers? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Allow me to have just one more voice of a farmer. Then we can have the next station.
Thank you so much. My name is Nakwasi Jane. My question is that when you look at farmers at grassroots level, what I can assure you that even they don't know what is in the Coffee Act. Now we are coming with this one within 6 months, when the real farmers don't know what is in the Coffee Act and the regulations. So how are we going to handle this one in this short period, when these farmers really don't know what is in the Act? So I would advise maybe UCDA to give us which plan or arrangement. For example, maybe you would involve civil societies in certain regions to ensure that they can pass on information to the farmers. And then on this issue of here, I've seen a shadow minister from the opposition, and I would have loved that the one from government would be here, because these are the people who are always on the budget committees allocating funds to UCDA. It would have been good that the minister or the chairperson of agriculture would have been here, so that he or she can hear our voice and maybe reallocate more funds for this crucial issue.
Thank you so much. I will invite Dr. Gerard Chalo, but before he comes to the podium here, there are issues that have come out of this discussion. The farmers are raising the information gap, and I think it's a serious one. because they are not even aware of the details of the National Coffee Act. So that's where they are calling us to start from. And before we get to external factors like the European Union Directives, they are calling us to the reality of the information gap, even with the internal policy frameworks. So I think that's one that we will take on as SEATINI, but also the relevant actors are here. That's loud enough for them to jot down and take up. But also there is an issue of time, buying more time for the transition. There is a deadline, but I think also the gap is where countries fail to recognize regional value chains. Because as you talk about the transition bargaining, are you thinking in terms of regional value chains? You are individually engaging the EU. So will the EU listen to one individual? They will not. So I think it's important for us to recognize the regional approach, because you can bargain better when you're many, and say maybe as the ESC region, we need more time. As Africa, we need more time. But we're not using the structures, the East African Community structures, the African Union structures, which is a challenge. I think we are selfish as respective African countries. And that's why we are trapped in poverty, trapped in debt distress, among other really challenges that we're battling with. But also the issue of engaging the president, being the fountain of honor, and given that engaging him would enable things to happen in the shortest time, I think that's something that the relevant policymakers and technocrats here have heard loud enough. But also as SEATINI, we will share all the deliberations from this engagement with relevant authorities. And I know they will be cascaded to the president. There is an issue that also came out in regards to welcoming the directives. Yes, the directives are well-intentioned when you read them, because the EU, these directives, the EU Deforestation Regulation and the Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive, are part of the Green Deal, the EU Green Deal, which has a set of policy instruments. So the EU is looking at net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2050. And so they spelled out what they would want to achieve by 2050. And they are looking at the next EU generation. They are trying to secure the economy and the country for the next generation, the future. And us having a trading relationship with the EU, we have to do what the EU wants, but also to maintain our market, the 60% of our coffee going to the EU. There are traceability requirements that we have to meet, and the number of questions that were directed to UCDA. I don't want this to be really unfair for UCDA not to pronounce itself on a number of issues that have been raised. So Dr. Gerard Chalo, please come to the podium. But before, as he comes, I would like to request that Honorable George Odong, please prepare accordingly, because we're going to invite you to for the panel discussion. And also we'll have Mr. Jonathan Luvega from SEATINI. We'll have Mr. Gumisiriza from Uganda National Farmers Federation to come to the panel. And I will also be inviting other panelists. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much. This is a lively discussion, and these are issues for all of us. So I appreciate the concerns and the suggestions. Honorable Kaya has left. She asked whether there is a relationship between database and taxation. There is absolutely no relationship between the database being developed and taxation. Taxation is a government policy. although the national database is a government policy, it is really meant to store information about us as farmers. I know many of you have coffee farms, so you're supposed to register. And this is just for us to know, and just in case your exporter takes the coffee from your garden to Europe, they will zoom in your garden and they can be able to tell that you have cut a forest or not. So this database is for compliance purposes. Yes, but don't forget that agricultural databases are very important for input distribution. Those of you who are in cooperatives, but even us, we are tired of, going to the village and telling people to come in numbers and get fertilizer. Now we want them to get fertilizer through the system. You go to your extension worker, he registers you in the system. You come, receive a bag of fertilizer, and put a thumbprint to acknowledge that you have received. So it's far from taxation. It's input distribution, provision of extension services, and of course planning. We have been talking about 2 million farmers, 2.5, Every time we do a survey, we upgrade. When we do the registry, we shall know exactly how many farmers we have growing coffee, what acreage they have, and related data. So there is no relationship to taxation. It is for the better of the farmer. Yeah. She said she was happy about the directive, okay, because of climate change and biodiversity conservation. Yes, we are developing, we have done the stakeholder mapping, basically maybe to add in the responsibilities of each, because we are going full-blown to sensitizations. Our farmers have talked about, they don't know. It is true, because we didn't have funds to move out of Kampala to go and talk about EUDR, but starting this financial year, this month, we have collaboration with SEATINI. We also have others, and we perhaps have funding from Solidaridad and other NGOs, basically focusing on sensitization. So we are going to inform the whole country very soon. Honorable Veronica, she's still here. Yes, coffee is very important to this country, as you put it. Our budget is roughly around 72 billion, but of that, this financial year, 13.5 is for traceability. And today is what, 11th? Government hasn't yet released any money, as many of you are aware. So the money hasn't been released yet. Now, part of that money, by the way, is for other operations, because otherwise we shall not have services to farmers if we take the entire budget and give it to traceability. So what is very critical right now is that the private sector and other players have taken it very seriously. So call it complementary budget. So there will be complementary budget, I'm believing, from stakeholders towards traceability. Actually, I needed to correct Mr. Machivi. The $127 million was only for the month of May from coffee. And if you sum from May 2023 to April 2023, Uganda earned $1 billion from coffee. You look out for the UCDA monthly report for May. It has a lot of information that can help you. But yes, you urged them to prioritize. I thank you for that. It's your voice. Yeah, this time it's not UCDA talking. Bridget was talking about cost analysis. The cost analysis we have done relates to traceability. What do we need to achieve traceability? We need $4, thereabout, $4 per farmer. Okay? That is what we have done. What the farmer can is required perhaps much later. For now, all you need is, if we have the funds, we will go and register or map the farm. And that database is in place. Any other costs related to data management, those, I think that government can foot at annually. The way we NITAU hosts the database, so it is being hosted by government. We don't have to pay. But maybe a little later, if you need a system to interface with the EU, maybe you can pay $1 or something like that. So it's not going to be a lot of money. So the issue of after 2020, can we negotiate? There has been no room anywhere to negotiate with the EU on the EUDR. Even when the EU Commissioner came here 3 months ago, we had a meeting with him. And he wasn't willing to listen to anything. We were trying to tell them that we have the map now. We have produced the map of Uganda to show us between 2020 and now, where did the deforestation occur? So luckily enough, now we know. We know where deforestation occurred, and we wanted to tell them that we can do remedial measures, and they scrap us off the list and allow us to export the coffee. They said no. The only way up about this is traceability, farmer registration, mapping. Yes, so they are not really open to negotiations. And many other countries are complying. Vietnam is working towards compliance, Brazil the same. These are the biggest exporters. So, others are complying, we should do the same. There's no room. Yes, we have benchmarked. It's Africa. In Africa, perhaps, maybe Uganda and Ethiopia are the ones that are advanced. Although we are here talking about the challenges, problems, but Uganda is almost, maybe in Africa, maybe we are number 2 in terms of on the roadmap to compliance. So just imagine, where are the others? They could be doing more badly than us. But of course, there are countries that don't have a lot of coffee. I mean, if you are selling only 40,000 metric tons, those are very few farmers. You can register them even in a month. Now, the problem with us is that we have over 2 million farmers, and these farmers have acreage ranging from 0.5 hectares, in fact, even acres. Someone said they have trees. I have 3 trees. and up to 1,000, you know. So ours is very dynamic coffee industry, with so many farmers, with 0.5 acres, with a quarter acre, with, you know. I think Honorable Veronica knows from her region. It's like that. Yeah. Steve talked about CS3D. I didn't talk much about it. He shed light on CS3D. And yes, it's about like I said, CS3D just came into effect 1 month ago. Yeah, around a month ago. And there are a lot of things still to be finalized. So there is still a leeway. The problem is we need to look at compliance for CS3D. I don't know which direction it will take, because the last report I saw puts our child labor used in the coffee sector in very bad terms. I will not mention the percentages. So CS3D is also an issue for us, and we need to manage it. Then, yes, of course, now they are talking about coffee. We talk much about coffee, but there's cocoa as well. Cocoa must comply to EUDR and CS3D and any other products that go into EU. And the Ministry of Agriculture, so there is a representative here. They are developing a bigger traceability system, I think, for many crops. So that is a discussion that we have had discussions with them. We are really on the same page. It's only that the agents for coffee can't wait for the bigger database. Yeah, Medad talked about can we segment exporters? They segmented themselves actually. Yes, they did, because they saw they are losing market in the next few months. Of the top 8 exporters, they export 83% of our 75% or whatever to European Union. So, out of what we take to European Union, the contribution is top 8 exporters is over 80%. They have formed their own consortium, and they are working towards compliance. They are very serious. So yesterday we had a meeting with them. That's why I said I'm very optimistic. We are going to comply in a short time. Medad was talking about, yes, our target remains 20 million bags, and we will work towards achieving that. But, well, for those of you who are agriculturalists, normally the increase in acreage comes from planting, or increase in production comes from planting, rather than from increasing yield per unit area. So that is the challenge, that we continue to plant instead of increasing yield per tree. But there is the whole of northern Uganda has no coffee, and there is a lot of land. So that shouldn't be a big question. We still have land to plant. Yes, but we can increase yield by rehabilitating our very old coffee. Most of the coffee trees we have are giving a yield of maybe 0.5 kilograms per tree. Yet we can still get 3 kilograms per tree from the same tree. I think we need SEATINI to tell them to rehabilitate. That is a simpler way to increase production than even to plant. It's the easier way, but we can still plant. Like I said, unless the EU changes their mind, they didn't give a transition period, okay? They gave implementation period. Last week, roasters, importers in Europe were urging them to put a transition period. Maybe they will listen. They still have their own problems. They are talking about the law, but the system was not running very well, where you integrate and download the due diligence. Because the system is supposed to be accessed by everyone in the world. So they are also grappling with challenges to make sure that their system is running by December 31st. But I don't think that they will have a transition period. Yes, individual farmers, this is why we have this money from government. We are trying to make sure that no farmers are left behind in the registration process. And as you know, you cannot achieve 100%. We will go in phases, okay? Now the top 8 exporters want to get involved. That means we might maybe achieve 90% of the coffee going to EU, being compliant. In the next year, maybe we shall be at 95, 99, like that. But eventually we shall be compliant. Yes, this financial year, I said we are planning very serious sensitizations with farmers. And yes, I can apologize to the farmers we have. We have only 68 extension workers. They will not be everywhere. But going forward, we are going to use mass media, with civil society, to make sure that our farmers understand what's going on as far as this directive is concerned. Because we need to have consent when they are registering, and this can only come from sensitizations. So this is going to, we are going to do that. The message, the other message that is very, very important is that do not cut a forest to plant coffee. If you get out of here, tell whoever you meet, don't cut a forest to plant coffee. Don't. Even if you are planning to sell to China, you never know, China will change their mind at some point, okay? So those who are planting coffee, going forward, let me also behave like EU from 2020. Don't destroy a forest to plant coffee. That is the message. Madam Nasuna was happy with the directive because of biodiversity, just like Honorable Akaya. Someone talked about the prioritization. It's government, but they have already contributed. They are continuing to support. So I think they will send more funds. We are continuing to engage with them. I am sure we're on the right track. Yeah, for the farmers, I have already talked about their issues. Well, as you know, UCDA works well with NARO, and the coffee arm of NARO is the National Coffee Research Institute, which is based in Mukono. And we work very, very well with them. I think all of us in the coffee sector are very few. We can't cover the whole country, but I know that we work well with them. And together we teach farmers about soil fertility and production, productivity, and many other things. So Jane talked about that farmers don't know. That is true, and suggested that we engage civil society. And today we are here with SEATINI, and this is the reason. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gerald Chalo, for clarifying on a number of issues. First, starting with the budgetary, the budget for UCDA, which is around approximately 72 billion. So he clarified on those statistics. And of course, he was gentle enough to express his hopes that government may release money soon, but as we all know, the budget cycle is just at the early stages. and so the money hasn't yet been disbursed to UCDA. But as civil society and SEATINI, we would like to call upon government really to do its part in disbursing funding, the budgetary allocation to UCDA, but also increasing the budgetary allocation, because there is a deadline to meet. And there is no way around it, because he has already informed us that they tried to engage and negotiate with the EU officials, but they expressed great denial that there is no way around the EU directives. But I think it's also important, and I would like to re-echo, to engage as the East African community, to engage the EU, because increasingly the EU is taking on balkanization of the East African community, engaging individual countries. Although the EU directives are for all EU and non-EU countries, but as SEATINI, we've been advocating for mutually beneficial and transformative EU-Africa relations, which is very important, because as we trade with the EU is not helping us. No, they need our coffee, and we need their market. So we should engage them not from an inferior point of view, but engage them from a stronger position, because we have the coffee, and they need it. So why then, take ourselves to be more of holding an inferior position and not bargaining and engaging the EU? I think we need to take on that seriously, and it's important to improve our trade relations and also engage the EU to the end that they also get to know our circumstances and the context that we're operating under. But also from the International Coffee Organization, the Executive Director of International Coffee Organization also indicated that green coffee entering the EU in 2024 doesn't have to be EUDR compliant. Green coffee. Because the deadline of 31st December 2024 is to do with compliance, submitting, traceability requirements and the documentation. But the European Union Deforestation Regulation will take effect 1st January 2025. So you see how they want more of the green coffee so that they can process it. But also, the International Coffee Organization has also published different reports indicating that companies are actually stocking up coffee ahead of the deadline. So you see the dynamics. And I think as Uganda, as Africa, we also need to be cognizant of those dynamics. And without further ado, I would like to invite the esteemed panelists to take the front seats right here. And I would like to start with Honorable George Odong, who is a member of the East African Legislative Assembly. Please, a round of applause as he takes his seat. Thank you. So where he's seated in terms of belonging to being a member of the East African Legislative Assembly, he deals with policy. So he'll be speaking to the policy environment. Is it fit for purpose, even in view of the other pre-existing challenges that we have? We talk about agriculture being the backbone of most of the economies in the East African community, but also in Africa. Is the policy environment around the agriculture sector fit for purpose? But also, he will also be sharing with us more of the discussions at the East African Community Secretariat in view of agriculture, which is actually important for all of us to know, because sometimes we are blind to policy processes at the East African community level. And we think Uganda is alone and alone in this, and yet we are in the East African regional integration process. And in order to make it work, we must know what's happening there and also make our voices heard in the regional processes. So he will be speaking to that. And I would also like to invite Mr. Jonathan Lubega, who is the program lead on agricultural trade for rural transformation at SEATINI. Please come and take your seat. A round of applause. I would also like to invite Mr. Richard Okot Okello, Assistant Commissioner Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. We all recognize, thank you for that good round of applause. We all recognize that Ministry of Trade has a very important role. If we speak trade, Ministry of Trade definitely has to feature in this discussion. And SEATINI has worked closely with the Ministry of Trade for so many years, since SEATINI was founded. So we have that good working relationship with Ministry of Trade. I would also like to invite the farmers' representative so that the farmers' voice is captured in this discussion. Thank you. I would also like to invite Mr. Richard, our President Slow Food, please to join us. Mr. Muchivi, sorry. Oh, he's leaving. Oh. I would also like to engage Dr. Shinyoko Isaac, in case you don't mind joining us. But also we will be engaging all of us as participants in this discussion as we go on with the discussion. Oh, the seats are done, but we will shift as and when. Mr. Gumisiriza, you were actually also supposed to be part of this panel, but we could have the first discussions, and then some colleagues will take their seats, and then we have more to join the panel. And I would like to start with Mr. Richard Okello, who is the Assistant Commissioner, External Trade, Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, to also share some insights around the evolving trade policy landscape and how we have to position ourselves, because the EU directives are part of the external policy environment, which is also important in terms of our trade relations, because we trade a lot with the EU, and that has implications on how we comply with the regulations and directives that are put forward, but also in terms of the other dynamics, because as Uganda, also as African countries, we've had a lot of challenges in terms of only exporting raw commodities to external markets. But also that has to do with the policies, because it's not by accident that we are exporting raw commodities, agricultural products. It's to do with the policy, although it's also to do with our efforts internally, because we haven't taken on industrialization seriously for us to be able to achieve the much needed value addition. Thank you so much, Mr. Richard Okot. I'd like to pass on the microphone to you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Cafero. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you again, SEATINI, for convening this meeting together with Uganda UCDA, that is Uganda National Coffee Development Authority. I want to start on a good note, on a very, very good note, that as I speak right now, coffee prices are rising. And I think the farmers are benefiting hugely from it. I think that one is very important. And we should really see that we take advantage of that. In terms of trade policies, on how we can actually work on how to address the issue of the EU directives on deforestation. I think, like most of, I think my colleague was talking about, how do we achieve the objectives of the coffee roadmap amid these challenges that is coming from the EU directives? I think we need to think out of the box. What is important is not volume of coffee that we are producing. We should talk about the value that we should realize from the coffee that we are producing. And that should come from value addition. We have now reached 6 million bags, actually about 7 million bags of coffee that we are producing, slightly over that. For how long are we going to rely on exportation of raw coffee, green coffee? When half of that coffee that we are producing, if we add value to it, we can actually achieve even more than what we are earning at the moment from the over 7 million bags that we are producing. I want to give you a just good example. Sudan imports coffee from Uganda. Sudan doesn't produce coffee. They don't grow coffee. But Sudan earns about $46 million from exportation of coffee. They import 30 million bags of coffee. What? 30 million. And they gain about 15.4 million out of just only adding value to what they import. But we are the one who are producing. So if we take the example of Sudan, how much can we get from the over 7 million bags that we're producing? I mean, a simple mathematics that we need to do here. It is value addition. We need to cross and go into value addition. I'm happy that UCDA is working night and day to ensure that we have at least one soluble coffee plant within the next 1 or 2 years coming. And I think perhaps the second point that I want to talk about is the international trade configuration. The way we do trade has changed. And right from the domestic setting, we are not organized. We need to come up with an effective model that can ensure access to international market, sustainable market. We are trading individually. And individually, we cannot achieve much. And I think we need to have a model. We need to have engagement on how to address this smallness and coordinated export. We are having a discussion on having what we call national trading companies. And that is also being advocated at the African Continental Free Trade Area, where I've been participating and leading the discussion for Uganda. We need to address that. And then at the regional level, I think Mr. Kafero highlighted and emphasized, we need to act as a block or regional blocks, if then at regional level, either EAC or COMESA. Or at least we need a regional coffee forum that can address this. Otherwise, if we are acting as Uganda, you go to, you're talking different languages. Ethiopia goes, they're talking different languages. We cannot achieve, but they also need the coffee. That is a fact. And trade is negotiable. It's negotiable. We had EPAs, but regional politics derailed it. And it is within EPAs that we could be effectively discussing some of these regulations. I'm happy to say that the EAC, once again, is on the road to have a fresh negotiation on the EPAs. That is Economic Partnership Agreement between the East African Community and then the European Union. You see, for them, they're acting as a union, but for us, we are acting as, individual countries. So you can't achieve much in that kind of engagement. And I think we need to address this as a regional bloc. I'm happy that the members of EALA are here. That is what we need to really see. How can we reactivate and expedite the negotiation of the EU EPAS agreement? Kenya is doing it alone. You see, that is where the problem is. We want to act individually. You can't go far. Cost of compliance, I think, has been talked about. And I think, as a board, I think we gave a directive that UCDA management should come up with a clear assessment on the cost of compliance at the different value chain. That figure is factored into the national budget. I think they've done a good work. You should applaud them. Then I think certainly in terms of implication, it's going to have some negative effect on the coffee roadmap objective achievement. But as I stated, I think we need to also, go around the challenge and work on value addition. We can achieve a lot more in value addition. But you see, Ethiopia is the biggest producer of coffee, but apparently is the second exporter of coffee. What does it tell you? It tells you that there is a significant percentage or proportion of the national coffee produced in Ethiopia that is consumed locally. So how can we also develop our local or the domestic market that can actually take a certain proportion of the coffee that is being consumed? I know we have some challenges, because when you go to the supermarket, certainly you're going to see that coffee is a premium product. The prices are very high. And price is a very sensitive aspect in purchasing. You look at it, you have on about 100,000, the coffee is already going at 50,000. You say, let me just look at tea. And then you go for tea. So I think we need to see how best we can promote local consumption of coffee, while also ensuring that the price is really reasonable for the local consumers. We need to see how best to incorporate some of these elements that are coming from the EU regulations into our national regulation. I'm happy that our national regulation is not yet concluded. I think a lot of consultation is still going on as a requirement for national policies and regulations. And I think we need to incorporate it so that it is easier for implementation and compliance. To close with, I want to tell you that the most regulated sector globally, it is trade. Be it regulation on SPS, that is sanitary and phytosanitary, which concerns health of plants, humans, and animals, and environment. Be it climate-related regulations and compliance, like this one here. Be it packaging and labeling requirements. Be it transportation and handling of products that are taken to the market, storage, documentation, taxes and non-tax issues, and all that requirement procedures that you must follow. It's just a nightmare. You ask those who are in exportation, they will tell you that sometimes you need 33 documents for you to be able to export. That is for coffee. You need 33 documents and procedures to follow. Who is the coffee exporter here will tell you. So all these have impact on the cost that relates to exportation of products. So what is the way forward? The way forward is not there. We only need to do one thing to comply. You only need to do one thing, is to comply. But in terms of our trade policies, we have 4 strategies. One, you have all heard about BUBU, Buy Uganda, Develop Uganda. That is development of local or domestic markets. And I think our UCDA is doing a lot. So the time I heard that there was some complaint about some institution within Uganda that spent some billions training people how to sip coffee. I was amazed. Very interesting. But anyway, we are doing something. That I'm trying to say that we are doing something, even if sometimes we are doing it in the wrong way. But at least we are moving. I mean, to know that North Korea went trying to produce their own local tractors. They bought one tractor from Europe, dismantled it and assigned it different engineers, and then told them to copy the same thing and then fit a new tractor that can now be produced in North Korea. It moved forward, but then it could not reverse. But at least it was a tractor that could move. And they started from there. So at least the most important thing is let's start. Even if you're crawling, at least let's move and move forward, yes. So we need to develop our domestic market. The second strategy is the regional market. We are members of EAC, we all know. We are members of COMESA, you know. We are members of the tripartite. We are members of the Continental Free Trade. And as I speak right now, we have what we call the emerging markets for coffee. And where do you see them? It is in the North Africa. And that's where Sudan also exports. And they buy from us. So it's Algeria, Tunisia, and Morocco. And they are actually promising huge market. And I think UCDA is aware. We have done so many campaigns and marketing there. And then we have the Asians, China, India, and the rest. I think India, you have seen in the figures from the concept note, the second largest market for Ugandan products. So we don't need to rely or put our eggs just in one basket. So we need to see. And we need to segment our market. For those who are compliant, like I think we've talked about here, that we need to segment our producers and exporters. For those who are compliant, let them export to the EU. For those who are not yet compliant, let's look for additional market for them where they can go and sell their non-compliant coffee. And we have done that. We have recently negotiated with South Africa, we have negotiated with Algeria and Morocco for exportation of coffee to those markets. Why should Sudan take coffee to Turkey, take coffee to France, and we cannot access it when we are the producers of coffee? So I think we are working on that. Then we have what they call bilateral engagement. Bilateral engagement, we engage country by country, even within EAC. We have what they call non-tariff barriers. I think some of you know about it. Those are non-tax barriers. They can be SPS, can be TBT. TBT is trade, technical barriers to trade. SPS is sanitary and phytosanitary. So we engage on bilateral basis so that we go deeper in addressing some of the challenges that we face. We have done that with various countries, and the results are quite promising. Even within EAC, we can engage with Tanzania. We have often done that. We engage with Kenya, we engage with Rwanda, we engage on bilateral issues that affect the two countries. So, colleagues, those are the key strategies that we use in as far as enhancing our market access is concerned and sustaining them. Because having them is one, but so many things comes in. And those are the issues that we always have to address to ensure that we maintain our market. So diversification is one of the strategies. So we need to diversify our markets. We also need to diversify our products so that we don't rely on coffee. There's one thing that I just wanted to correct. You know, when you look at our export figures, you're going to see gold is number one, isn't it? It's all going to Middle East. Then you find products, then coffee comes, all right? But there's one thing that you don't see there in the statistics when you do the analysis. We import a lot of gold, and we don't do much in terms of adding value to it, and then re-export. But when you look at the real returns on that transaction, we will take gold to about number 5 in the export figure. So we don't need to look at the figure itself. Do an analysis. How much are we getting from outside? Like for 2022, 2021, we imported about 1.8 in terms of value, and we exported about 1.9 something million US dollars. But the difference was about 166. That is what we gained. All right? But coffee, we produce it ourselves and we get 1 billion. So it should go up. And that's why it should be a priority. And I'm happy that we are starting with coffee as a priority to ensure that it's compliant. And I'm happy that the technical team has done quite significant work in ensuring that we are compliant. And indeed, we are going to be compliant. At least the 10% who are exporting about 82%, are now almost compliant. And I'm happy about the registration that is taking place. Because if at all it was done at the moment, we would be able to quickly know how many farmers we have and how many are compliant. But because of challenges in having data, because we don't have a good information system in place for capturing the number of farmers that we have. So we cannot, we are just dealing with estimates. So, Mr. Kafero, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I want to stop here. But I also want to make a special request. I have another engagement in 30 minutes. Mr. Kafero, since you are the convener of this meeting, you will answer the questions that will come for me.
Yes,
Thank you very much. And
you're welcome. You're welcome.
I wish you a continued engagement.
A better round of applause for Mr. Richard Okot. Thank you so much. Mr. Richard Okot is the Assistant Commissioner, External Trade, Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. He has raised very pertinent issues. I will say a few, but you heard the rest. He has told us of how we only have plan A. There's no plan B about the EU directives. There's only one plan. We have to comply, all comply. And the deadline is soon, 31st December 2024. A full implementation, 1st January 2025. So there's no way around it. But he has also brought out the issue of Ethiopia being the biggest producer, coffee producer. He has talked about being the biggest producer but second largest exporter. So there are two things. You produce more, but you're the second exporter. It means a lot of coffee doesn't go out. It is consumed locally. That is something that came out clearly from his presentation. The domestic consumption of coffee, vis-a-vis what is happening here, the realities in Uganda, where a number of us look at coffee consumption as being elitist. You know, someone talks to you about, taking a cup of coffee and you're like, but it's for you, who are in the formal setting. But it's something embedded in the culture of many people in Ethiopia. I think he has also called us to operationalize Buy Uganda, Build Uganda. And SEATINI in, I think, 2019, wrote a petition which we submitted to Parliament to operationalize Buy Uganda, Build Uganda. It's really needed, like now, because we keep speaking about Buy Uganda, Build Uganda, but that is not backed up with the right efforts in terms of operationalizing it. He also spoke about developing the domestic market, which is also important, but also coffee being a premium product. In fact, gold and coffee, he talked about gold and coffee, but gold we will not dwell more about it, but coffee is what we can relate with, majority of us. And it hasn't been given really the required attention, because we can all recognize that UCDA needs support, and that much needed support is not coming through. But also he talked about how trade is the most regulated sector. There are many standards, from transportation, sanitary and phytosanitary standard, SPS, among others. And the issue of non-tariff barriers cannot be overemphasized, because non-tariff barriers impede trade more than tariff barriers. That's why it's really a serious issue. And he also challenged us that although there was the initiative by government to promote coffee consumption, but we missed the actual objectives, because even up to now, we are yet to appreciate that we need to consume our coffee domestically. Whereas money was allocated to that, but we are yet to see the results. And I know by the end of the year, we will evaluate ourselves accordingly. And he alluded to a number of issues. Sudan importing a lot of coffee and earning a lot, importing 30 million bags of coffee and earning a lot, yet they are not producing coffee. And it actually, it's a paradox, because even when you look at a number of European countries. They get coffee from African countries, process it, then export as finished products, and are able to get huge chunks of money from the same. So it speaks to where value is captured. It's in processing. Among other issues that he alluded to, of course, challenging us to take the regional approach in view of the African Continental Free Trade Area, but also the East African Community Regional Integration, among others. I know we will engage as we get to the plenary session, and I would like to invite Ms. Nabukwasi Jane from Mbale, who is one of SEATINI Uganda'S community monitors, because at SEATINI, we've been monitoring human rights abuses along the coffee value chain, and we constituted a team of community monitors who are using a software to track the violations, human rights violations, human and environmental rights violations along the coffee value chain. So she's one of our community monitors, but she's also representing voices from the grassroots and also experiences of farmers. I know some submissions were made earlier by some of the farmers. She will re-echo more of the same, but also speak to some other issues. Thank you so much. You're welcome. Could you please use the microphone?
Thank you so much. As you said, I'm Jane from Mbale, a community monitor as well as a farmer, and also from civil society, capturing human rights violations in the coffee value chain. On the issues of women, when we look at coffee, as the UCDA goes ahead to ensure that they implement the EU directives, there are these fears. We have a fear among the women. The women don't own land, and then how are we going to register? Are we going to register also a woman differently and a man differently? Because there is that issue of the gender issue, because men will say that they will dominate in the registration. And yes, also women also have their small pieces of land of coffee. So I don't know how we are going to do it, but it is an issue in the Bugisi region, and not only in the Bugisi region. When we had those people of Mubende, it is also affecting. So how are we going to do it on the issue of gender? Then another issue is that we have issues of information sharing, and I hope maybe the UCDA will use the existing structures and maybe the civil society organization. And then maybe on this particular note, you will realize that most farmers have lost faith in the local government workers, especially by providing them extensional services and the quality of products, especially fertilizers and seedlings. Farmers complain there's a time they received the fertilizers which destroyed all their coffee. So our dream of getting the 20 million bags as UCDA may be frustrated by the low quality of the inputs. Another issue is that when you look at the coffee farmers, especially during pricing. In fact, this issue has really affected them, and when we visited some of the farmers in Mbale district and Busan sub-county, we realized that they preferred to sell green coffee without value addition, because they realized that it is better they sell the green rather than adding value addition, because the difference was not so much. In fact, the difference was like 1,000. So they preferred selling green coffee to the middlemen. On the EU directives, I think our farmers will be interested to get these ones, but first, as UCDA, we have to ensure that we give this information alongside the Coffee Act, because they don't know. What is in the Coffee Act is that all farmers should be registered. And then most farmers at the rural ground, they have not yet known about that law. They just hear it. There's a time we went to a community village, and when we were telling them about the law, they said that even passing the law, some were not involved. So sometimes some of these policies, we also need to involve those poor women so that they can also be part of the policy making. Because you will see that when we impose some of these ones, they may be thinking that we are imposing them. As the Honorable said, the issue of taxation. Because when we go and register them, their minds will be having that they are registering us so that they can tax us highly. So I think that thing, as farmers at the grassroots, we shall go with one voice to ensure that it does not mean taxing the farmers. So I think on how we can do it, the strategy, UCDA should extend more extension workers so that the farmers can get these services. And then also supplying quality inputs to the farmers. And then the UCDA should also use the established structures within the governance, especially maybe the women councils, the youth councils, so that the youth can also benefit from this information, because also the youth, they own some land and some youth also have some coffee. So we need to go through those established governance structures. So members, the women are suffering their domestic abuses. When men sell their coffee, they disappear from their homes and they go and marry other women. So as we are talking, the women are also suffering. During the coffee season, during boom, you will see how men are really enjoying in the trading center, leaving their women at home, and yet they are the ones who do a lot of work. And then also this child labor, when you look at the EU, the issue of child labor, it is really too much. You'll find that children will not go to school. The parents have told them to remain in the coffee gardens. So we need to emphasize much on this issue of child labor in the coffee chain. So thank you so much. That is what I would have loved to share.
Thank you so much. A round of applause. Thank you so much, Ms. Nabukwasi Jane from Mbale, coffee farmer, but also community monitor. She has raised a lot of really important issues for consideration in policy-making processes, but also for UCDA to take up and civil society and collectively as actors. And before speaking to what she brought out and shared as part of her submission, I would like to recognize Honorable Auma Linda Agnes, Woman MP Lira District and Chairperson of Agriculture Committee, Parliamentary Committee on Agriculture. You're welcome. I kindly request you, Honorable, that you join the panel, because we are inviting more panelists to join. As we get submissions, some members will have to leave as we get more panelists joining. But in regards to what Ms. Nabukwasi shared, she brought out the gender dynamics and power relations at household level that actually have a bearing on agriculture and also coffee production. I think the gender-related issues are critical, that it's not a one-size-fits-all, that you have to be cognizant of the dynamics. And also that should inform how you do things. She alluded to the information gap. I think that's trying to re-echo what was earlier already submitted. But also the issue of farmers preferring to sell the coffee beans I think she will selling green coffee beans. I think that's also an issue that we need to interrogate. Why are the farmers choosing that? As we speak value addition, why is the practice not changing? And there's also still an issue around involving farmers in policy making processes, which is critical. I'm actually emphasizing this because she said it humbly and politely, but I needed to say it louder. Registration of farmers, I think she alluded to how that is mentioned in the Coffee Act and how it's actually going to be done in view of the EU directives, especially the EU Deforestation Regulation. How is that going to be done? But also, how is that data going to be used? I think that's also important. But also, when we talk about data, we have challenges of data in agriculture, planning for the agriculture sector. There are challenges in terms of data. We don't have sufficient data, the right data. And it compromises also, it impedes the right decisions to be taken by government. Because if there is a gap on data, informative data to inform planning, then government sometimes misses out on undertaking some interventions and knowing whom to target. Also, more extension workers needed. I think that's something that is important for UCDA to take up. There are lots of unmet needs at the local level in view of the services of extension workers. It's very critical. But also the issue of quality inputs that are needed by the farmers. I think regulation is also important of inputs because the number of mushrooming agri-input dealers and getting the right inputs is also a challenge for farmers. The issue of child labor is it features in this discussion. And when we talk about the Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive, it speaks to human and environmental rights violations. And UNICEF did some research that spelled out a number of issues around EU directives and specifically the Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence. And it really called upon EU, but also the other actors to recognize children as explicit rights holders. Because most often children are under the care of other people. So they're not looked at as explicit rights holders. So UNICEF has already undertaken some research around the Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive. And I think it's also important for us not to be blind to the Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive. As we speak about the European Union Deforestation Regulation, we need to recognize that there are other directives like CS3D. I think with those submissions, the farmers are well represented, and I know their views, voices have been amplified, and the policymakers have heard. So I would like to invite now the voice from civil society, because SEATINI and other civil society organizations have been undertaking several efforts in regards to mobilizing farmers, engaging them in relevant policy processes, but also making sure that they participate in these processes effectively, because it's one thing participating and it's another effectively participating. At SEATINI, we recognize that sometimes stakeholders are participated in policy processes. They are not effectively participating, but they are participated, where they are rubber stamping policies, and their voices and views and concerns are not captured in those policy processes. So having them as part of this dialogue is critical in amplifying their voices and also allowing them and providing a platform for them to speak truth to power, because duty bearers are here. And so when they amplify their concerns, it plays out in informing government of the realities and status quo that farmers are under. But I would like to invite Jonathan to speak to some of the efforts that we've undertaken as SEATINI, but also where the gaps are in view of what UCDA is doing, but also in view of the EU directives, including the European Union Deforestation Regulation, but also the Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive. Jonathan, over to you.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Herbert. It's an honor to be here in this discussion, and we're raising issues. Which issues the deadline is fast coming, and that is 1st January 2025. We shall be at the verge of losing the market at the EU level, and the time is now to distill all issues that we need to bring out. First of all, as civil society, we appreciate the efforts done by the government through UCDA. When you see the first effort was from increasing the budget allocation that was earlier allocated to for this traceability system, where initially they had requested for 35 billion. But then the ministerial policy statement, they had highlighted 2 billion approximately. And then when you see an increase in that allocation, it shows commitment to some extent. However, there is still a gap which really needs to be brought closer, because this is non-negotiable. As Dr. earlier highlighted that they tried to negotiate. And I think if you say that we tried to negotiate with EU on giving us time to meet the deadline, and they failed, to me, I think it is enough to show government that we need to put all efforts that we have. If you have a request of 35 billion, and you know that this issue is non-negotiable, then there is no need to negotiate the allocation. At least there is need to show a lot of commitment to that. And glad we have the Parliament here, and this issue is coming up that we need to, these are issues that we need to put up again for more resources. The other issue has been we are, as the country, or as the developing countries, we have been taken up as recipients of these policies. So when you realize currently the levels of discussions of the EUDR is creating awareness on the EUDR those directives, which perhaps would need more efforts in first giving some space of these African countries, preparing them. So it happens like we are running very many actions before the deadline. The first action being creating awareness. The second is meeting the deadline. The third being the budget allocation, the preparedness of the government. Is all in a spell of the time that we have from July now to December, where we are doing lots of things. So perhaps there is need to know if we, maybe could we have something like something like, okay, in the preceding policy discussions, could we see more efforts of the government or even civil society engaging in those discussions? Recently in April 20, this year, April, there was the Italian presidency, the G7 ministers. They sat and they also passed an initiative. This is also in regards to coffee, but it also brings up issues to do with the resilient, circular, and regenerative value chains of coffee. And they are saying they are going to pass it around October this year. But then you realize that if they pass the the public-private partnership initiatives, how is it? We need to interrogate us as African or low-developed countries. To what extent are we ready, or to what extent do we understand these initiatives that are coming up from those the kingmakers of the developed countries? We need to stamp up those efforts. And I think there are also many issues that have to be, that we see when they have talked about the Coffee Act, that is very good, but it also had its, its feedback from stakeholders on its bad side and the good. However, when you look at the Coffee Act, it has more efforts on registration and maintaining the coffee register. How then, because when you look at the EUDR, goes beyond the coffee register, and the EUDR has the traceability issues. And when you reflect on the Act, registration alone may not be enough to facilitate the EUDR. It's just a driver towards it. So how can we put more efforts? Because it has I think it's under Section 56 that calls for the development of the regulations under that Act. But there is need to have those regulations coming up that speak to the requirements of the EUDR to enable effective resource allocation, budget allocation, and human resource and all that. Yes, we also have the UCDA has done great efforts, and it has developed the coffee roadmap, which is applaudable, but also we need to maybe use this coffee roadmap as a tool because the only challenge is resources. That's what I think, and also the time. But if we use this coffee roadmap to sell it before the Parliament, we have here the Honourable Member of Parliament. They are here from the EALA Parliament. How can we use this as a tool to call for more resources in this process, because it is timely and we need to bring it forth home. Then I think the second last point is the country as us. Yes, we are talking about us exporting 60% of the coffee to the EU, and there is also need more to, when you see 60% of the coffee being exported, and as we are now fighting to meet the requirements, and it speaks, I think, negatively to our capacities to do value addition as ourselves and produce some good, and we do self-consumption. I think this has also been a point that has been talked about. If we do reduce the extent of commodity dependence as us, the country, then we shall be able to benefit more. Because when you look at the coffee, these directives and the coffee companies themselves doing the traceability system or getting involved, the question is, who is going to be the ultimate bearer of the costs that will be incurred? Because currently the Arabica coffee is 12,000 something. It varies by UCDA, and who is going to meet the registration and traceability issues? These need to be brought very clearly to the farmers for them to know and be aware about this. And the last point, I think it speaks to the second point that I highlighted, is that we need to bring up more on the EU-Africa. We need to build and strengthen the EU-Africa trade relations in all the discussions that we do, because we know that if we do 60% of the export, then it's an indicator that we need to strengthen that relationship. The civil society organizations have to be well conversant with the discussions in the EU level, and also understand the different policy regulations that are coming in. I think that's all for me, but I will end with the point that as SEATINI, We have developed policies analysis. We have done analysis on these regulations, the CS3D. We are doing the EU trade relations agreements that are coming in, and we have publications at the back. And I will also request that if you're going, you really need to pick a copy and then brace yourself with the detailed information on the relations between EU-Africa trade and those policies. How do they affect, and how can we draw strategies as us to encounter those ruthless or uncalled for regulations? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Jonathan. I think before I speak to, I re-echo some of the issues that you've highlighted and elucidated on, I'd like to invite more two panelists. And I request Ms. Namukwas Jen and Mr. Jonathan Lubega, you could take your seats. And I would like to invite Mr. Gumisi Reza Caleb, who is the Director Policy, Uganda National Farmers Federation, to take the front seat. Thank you so much. I think just to speak to a few of the issues that my colleague, Mr. Jonathan Lubega, highlighted. He spoke to commitment by government, because in the ministerial policy statement, government had earmarked $2 billion for the traceability system. But when we saw this budgetary allocation of 13.99 billion, I think it's some level of commitment from government to this traceability system. However, we still would wish to remind government that the budget for that that UCDA presented is 35.6 billion. So 13.9 billion is just a drop in the ocean. And so government needs to do more of the same in terms of allocating adequate resources and enabling UCDA deliver on its mandate. Mr. Jonathan Lubega also spoke to the issue of the deadline, which is soon approaching, 31st December 2024, when UCDA has to submit compliance reports, traceability documentation. That's a deadline that we have to bear in mind as government is disbursing funds to UCDA. Doing it in a timely manner helps UCDA to deliver on its mandate and to meet the required compliance requirements. The issue of developing a communicable statement, I think it's something that is coming out. We need to speak to government about these issues because we are missing out on priorities. I think from this meeting we may need to agree that either we should come out with a communique, a statement, petition to government, which can be cascaded to the level of the president in order to give attention to these issues, because they are serious issues. 60% of our coffee goes to the EU, and we can't afford to lose out on that market. But the issue of the coffee roadmap is commendable. Beyond the coffee roadmap, I think the need to operationalize it is needed urgently. Value addition. I would like to speak to the issue of value addition that Jonathan highlighted. I think we are not exhausting the value chain, because when you look at the coffee value chain, like the many products we can get from coffee, beyond consuming coffee, we can get coffee oil, we can get scrubs, among other things. But that value chain is not really exhausted in terms of how we use coffee. And he shared a lot more about the provisions in the National Coffee Act, the registration, which is mandatory, but also how to maintain the coffee register, and more other issues that are important in terms of unlocking the potential of the coffee subsector, but also meeting the EU directives. And I would like to bring in the regional voice from Honorable George Odong, who is the chairperson of the East African Legislative Assembly, Uganda chapter, but also he's a member of the East African Legislative Assembly. Honorable Jojo Dong, could you please speak to the regional policy-related initiatives and aspects, and also how to unlock regional value chains to make them a reality? How can we make them a reality? Because for so long we've talked about national level business, but the regional level business also matters a lot. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm going to be the devil's advocate. Maybe that will provoke us to think more creatively around the crisis that we are in. First of all, why are we in a crisis? Why are we operating like we are in a total crisis? It's because of misalignment internally. We have institutions of government like now you have the UCDA, but you also have the National Forest Authority. Have we invited the National Forest Authority to be part of this conversation? Because the mandates of the National Forest Authority and that of UCDA are not mutually exclusive. In any case, they are supposed to be mutually reinforcing each other. The conversation today should have been quite different had there been that kind of alignment, so that the work of the Uganda Coffee Development Authority is consistent with the mandate of the National Forest Authority. So today the farmers will not be afraid that they have, in one way or the other, gone against the functions, the mandates of the National Forest Authority. It should have been integrated. But because we are working in silos, we are finding ourselves in this crisis. I am glad that this coffee conversation is actually highlighting the crisis that we in Africa are facing. It's an identity crisis. And for me, I want to come from that point. We don't have big picture conversations around the issues that we face, including policy. There are big picture conversations because trade is war. Trade is negotiations, and negotiations are based on interests. And foreign policy is crafted around trade. So trade policy is a tool of foreign policy. It is used to advance the interests of those who craft it. So when you find the European Union, America, and so on coming up with all these regulations, it's part of their tools of foreign policy, but also their tools for advancing geopolitics. So we have become net consumers, essentially because we have an identity crisis. Our default setting as Africa, as Uganda, has always been that our interests are best served by those outside. So we fashion our trade, we fashion everything that we do in the eyes of those that we want to please. We have, we have to look for market in China, we have to look for market in Europe, you have to look for market in North America, not knowing that those markets are controlled markets because they want to protect their interests. So I'm happy actually that the European Union has come up with these regulations, because they will then awaken our conscience and we begin to have big picture conversations. I don't think that to have a sustainability checklist is a bad thing for a country. It is not. The trouble we have is that we do not have a national think tank that is capable of locating global conversations and projecting where the future is and aligning our policies in that direction. This is something that we should have anticipated long time ago. It's not something that should have shocked the country and we begin to run around like headless chicken to try and beat the deadlines. From the time the climate change became a critical element of foreign policy conversations, we then needed to look at all our sectors and see where is the direction that the country is taking, where is the direction that the world is taking, are we aligned to it? These are the big picture conversations that we don't usually interest ourselves in as a country. And because of that, everything becomes a crisis. So we are in a crisis mode. At all times, everything is in a crisis. Food security, we are insecure. You know, road sector, we are in bad shape. Everything is essentially because we have not been able to have these big picture conversations and try to say where is the country going. So we are part of the East African community. What is our policy direction? How are our national policies aligned to our regional objectives? To what extent are we trying to integrate our markets regionally so that we can avoid, we spread risk? Because in the event that we are having a problem with China, we're having a problem with America, we're having a problem with the European Union, at least we can say we have an alternative. What somebody said, we only have plan A. We do not have plan B. Had we integrated our markets, had we integrated our value chains, then we would be speaking the same language. Right now, we are here focusing only on UCDA. For the last 2 or 3 years, UCDA has been fighting hard to survive. For somebody who is fighting to survive, how is that person going to focus on the others? They have just, I don't know, maybe they are still in the recovery ward. Because we have been rationalizing these institutions. The conversation around rationalization was limited, in my view, in scope. It was limited to how much money are we spending per each institution, but not what is the mandate of this and how much value does it bring to our economy. If that conversation had taken place, we would not even be talking about UCDA. We would simply be saying we should empower the Uganda Coffee Development Authority to make sure that it functions effectively. Isn't that the case? So my view is that even as we focus on these conversations, can we then leverage on the low-hanging fruits? One of it is regional integration. We have Kenya, we have Tanzania, and so on. And somebody just told us here that there are emerging markets within Africa. How are we working as the coffee lobby in Uganda, together with the others, to create a critical mass so that we begin to first expand the market that is available in Africa, exploit that market, but two, to negotiate with the European Union this transition we are talking about. Is climate justice integrated in this regulation? Because it has a very strong element of climate change. But Africa has always been positioning itself saying, even if we are talking about climate change crisis, can we put the justice element to it? Because Africa has suffered the unjust consequences of the actions of the industrialized countries. How much resources are they putting in place in order to transition the coffee farmers in Uganda so that there is climate justice in the so-called sustainability, I don't know the acronym that they're using, SD3S and so on. Due diligence. As Africa, those are some of the negotiating areas that we need to position ourselves and say, okay, you know what? This is informed by the push for climate management. But where is the climate justice element in this whole thing? The local farmer that is down there, that is now suffering the consequences of the actions of the industrialized nations, because our carbon footprint, as the whole of Africa, is less than 4%. These actions are definitely going to affect the local farmer. So we must begin to negotiate from those points, and we have to negotiate as one. Now, policy is front-loaded. Policy is provides a broad framework for legislation. As Parliament, you provide legislation. But policy is front-loaded. It's the business of governments. It precedes legislation. So you need a regional policy framework. And you, the stakeholders, must begin to demand it. It has to be demand-driven. It does not have to be supply-driven. And most of our economies are now being hit. And let me tell you, it has just started. Chances are that it will get worse because of the geopolitics. You have heard it from the European Union, it will go to America. I understand that there are some opportunistic players now, like China is knocking on the door and is lowering the prices for coffee. I was talking to a friend of mine yesterday, and he showed me a message that came from a Chinese lady who is operating Elgon Coffee in China. And she was saying, oh, you know, because of the European Union regulation and because of speculation, African farmers are rushing to China. And because of the Chinese market with coffee, the prices are significantly dropping. So you can see how our power of negotiation is being affected. Essentially because we do not have capacity to negotiate collectively. You can imagine that the top 10 earners, foreign exchange earners, coffee earners, are all from outside Africa. They are actually, the bulk of them are from Europe, North America, and maybe Brazil and Mexico in South America. The rest are European Union, but they don't grow coffee. It is Africa that is growing coffee, it's South America that is growing coffee. But because they know our biggest weakness is that we do not come together, they exploit that weakness. And now they are going to make sure that you negotiate as Uganda. Then Kenya negotiates as Kenya. They will even bring the most flimsiest reasons for Kenya to negotiate as Kenya, saying that Kenya is not part of the Africa anything but arms Cotonou agreement. Is that not the case? So they will say Kenya is an exception because not an LDC. Then they begin to exploit the loophole. So we need to strengthen our regional integration. That is the call that I am making here, that you know, as much as we are having these national conversations, let's elevate this debate and make it a regional, a Pan-African conversation, and see how we can exploit the opportunities that are there. It is never late to have a good conversation. It can start at any one point. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. A better round of applause for Honorable Jojo Dong. And you will all agree with me that this is a very honest conversation, and a number of issues are coming to the fore that we need to really cascade to policymakers, technocrats, among other actors in the government circles. But I would like to share and re-echo a few issues that Honorable Jojo Dong has submitted. The one government approach. We have for so long talked about the one government approach, but it's not being operationalized. There is planning in silos, and there are disjointed efforts across board. So I think the need to address the silo approach to undertaking government efforts needs to be addressed in order for us to address the challenges around the coffee subsector, but also challenges in other spheres. There is also an issue around the big picture conversations. I think as Uganda, we need to be alive to the fact that we are not operating in a vacuum. We're integrated in the global system, but also at the regional level, ESC level. There are things and policy processes that are taking course, but sometimes we plan in terms of Uganda, think in terms of Uganda, and then we firefight when the EU directives bite. So I think to plan better in terms of the global village is better, in terms of unlocking also our potential to export, to trade, rather than thinking micro and getting micro results. At SEATINI, we recognize that micro efforts yield micro results. And so there is need to go above the national level, but also to monitor the developments at the ESC level, at the African Union level, but also at the global level. And the issue of trade being linked to foreign policy and diplomacy cannot be overemphasized. He put it very well. Honorable Jojo Dong put it very well. And that we should organize our trade. It's in disarray and we need to organize it. We need to organize our economy, and the relevant and mandated institutions have to be supported with the adequate financing, the budgetary allocations, but also with the requisite other instruments and support that they need. The issue of sustainability checklist, he emphasized it, it's very clear. It is actually outrightly spelled out in the EU Green Deal, because in the EU Green Deal, the EU is looking at the next EU generation. They are thinking futuristic. They are not looking at the present times. So they are looking at how can they achieve the net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2050, but also maintaining the same good environment and ecosystem for the future generation. So as exporters of agricultural products to the EU, it's important for us to recognize that there are those directives and we have to meet them. How we meet them is our internal business here. And partly how to meet them is allocating sufficient resources to UCDA in a timely manner for them to undertake the mapping and traceability. A number of other issues have also emerged from what Honorable George Odong has brought to the fore and highlighted. The issue of climate change becoming a critical element. It also links up with firefighting. Climate change is real. We see it, we live it, we experience it. It's affecting us. Communities are bearing the brunt of climate change, but we're ignoring allocating the right amount of resources, putting our policies right, and also being able to tap into global conversations. Because when we speak energy transition, it's a global good. It's a global imperative. As we are all building momentum towards energy transition, our voices as African countries are not captured in the global discourse around the energy transition. And I think it's important for all of us to step up our efforts to engage meaningfully and effectively in shaping global policy frameworks and also conversations. And without further ado, I'd like to invite Mr. Gumisiriza Caleb. He's the Director of Policy at the Uganda National Farmers Federation. Uganda National Farmers Federation, it's a federation for farmers. And he knows it all about the plight of farmers, especially from where they are seated. So I'd like to have him share more about the plight of farmers in Uganda and what needs to be done to address their plight. Over to you, Mr. Gumisiriza.
Thank you very much, moderator, and ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I want to appreciate the fact that we are in this conversation, and that this conversation is as informative as it is appearing, and it's for all of us to pick a few things that we can share with the others. I've had an opportunity, Mr. Moderator, to be part of the National Coffee Platform, and the Coffee Platform coordinated by the UCDA and with support from Cafe Africa. And the platform has a steering committee that meets regularly on a monthly basis. And Dr. Charo would have told you that when we first got the news about this directive, we were all in shock. We were all in shock. We all got scared and were looking at the future of our coffee really going into darkness. But over time, and with much information sharing and all this, we came to realize that actually, number one, this is not as bad as we initially thought, but secondly, we realized that as a country we have actually so many commitments that are embedded in very many different policies and legislations and all that, that should have helped us actually not to be worried of this, only that most of them are idle, but I will not go into details of this. But for us, what we pick from what's going on from these directives, and of course with the CS 3DRs, is that number one, the directive is already with us, and it has a timeline which we have tried actually to negotiate, to push forward, but as Dr. Charo said, the EU is saying there is no negotiation on that, on the extension. So it is with us, so we have had to accept it, that it is with us, and we have to deal with it accordingly. But then, what do we have to do? One is that as different actors in coffee value chain, we have been working independently. We have been speaking to each other. For instance, the processors have their own association, have been speaking to themselves. The traders the same, the processors etc, and the farmers. But now, this directive is telling us one thing: you must break those barriers and speak together. Speak to each other, support each other. Because a win for any of us is a win for the rest. And a loss is a loss to all of us. So that's the implication number one. And I want to thank UCDA, it is leading us to that direction. Number two is that, yes, when you say, again, I think Dr. Charo said this when he said that do not cut a forest to plant coffee. Yes. But when you tell that to a farmer, the farmer is going to tell you ask you something. So define for me what a forest in this context is. Because, I mean, what is it that we are looking at as a forest? Is it this small forest around me? Is it the big forest we are looking at? So what I'm trying to mean here is that the messages must be clear on what we want the farmers to do and not to do in regard to deforestation. But also speaking about the messages, I think this directive is telling us that all of us must have same message, common message. And to have a common message, we must target every actor, starting with political leaders, politicians at different level, because they have their political language. The civic leaders, etc., so that we do not see anyone trying to twist this message to the disadvantage of the actors. Let us have a message very clear that is speaking the same, that is communicating the same thing. Not politics, not economics, nothing, but the benefit that we are seeing in becoming compliant to this. And the other thing I see is that the extension workers, I think, are going to have a bigger role in this, because they are the ones that are close to the farmers, and so we must package the message to them that they can help to mobilize and educate the farmers and all the other actors. But also we may have to think through this, and I think that we may have to think through that perspective as well. Then I want to make an appeal to UCDA, also Minister of Agriculture, that before the coffee regulations are approved, wouldn't it be better now to incorporate the EUDR guidelines in these regulations so that you have a complete set of coffee regulations that are also taking into consideration the EUDR requirements. I am not so sure at what level we have the regulations, but I know they are not yet approved. But I think Dr. Charo, this could be something. Maybe we could look at it at the steering committee level and make these amendments so that we have a complete set that also addresses EUDR. And I think these are the key messages I would want to bring out from our perspective, and that if we could consider them, but most importantly, the way we are going to package the messages and ensure that we reach out to every actor, it is very important. And to ensure that we do as much as possible to deliver these messages in the remaining time. Finally, I know that the UCDA, together with other partners, have developed an action plan and a roadmap for addressing these requirements, and that the action plan has 7 accompanying measures. I had thought Dr. Charo would highlight a few of them. Maybe if you get an opportunity for the benefit of this gathering here, in your concluding remarks, you may have to highlight them because they are very important, and I realize there is a lot of messages that we are lacking, and that could also help. Thank you so much.
A round of applause for Mr. Gumisiriza Caleb. Thank you so much for representing Uganda National Farmers Federation, but also Mr. Gumisiriza Caleb is representing Dr. Kamuganga Nwamanya, the president of Uganda National Farmers Federation. So he's here both in his capacity as policy director, UMFE, but also representing the president of Uganda National Farmers Federation. We're glad to have you. And he has alluded to a number of issues. The issue of the directives being here, we have to accept that. There's no way around it. We have to comply. But also in view of the regulations that we've been calling upon the Minister of Agriculture to approve, I think we need to also incorporate the EU guidelines, what they say, and how we can also be able to use the regulations to meet the EU requirements, because the EU is an important export market, and we need it. Of course, he alluded to the previous experiences among the coffee value chain actors, the silo approach, but the directives need us to be on the same table. And all these actors are part of the platform, the coffee platform. And it's a good platform to address the challenges that all the value chain actors are facing. But the role of also extension workers is critical in sensitizing and mobilizing farmers because they are closer to them. And they need to also be able to raise awareness and capture all the views and voices and concerns of farmers cannot be overemphasized. Thank you so much, Mr. Gumisiriza Caleb, for those insights. And we are glad to have you as part of this conversation. So now we have the National Parliament, Parliament of Uganda, and we have none other than the chairperson herself. And when you have the chairperson, you've arrived. Everything is going to be sorted by her. So I would like to invite Honorable Auma Linda to speak to what the committee, the Parliamentary Committee on Agriculture, is able to do in fixing the policy landscape, the national level policy landscape, because there are a number of challenges that we have where the global trading system is evolving with EU putting on table directives, and the EU is an important export market for our coffee and other agricultural products. And what can be done in order to put the policy environment right, but also what is Parliament able to do in order to address the plight of farmers. And in terms of the mandate of UCDA, how can we capacitate UCDA to deliver on its mandate? Because over the last 10 years, in corridors, we've spoken to officials from UCDA, and they have decried the limited budgetary allocation. And of course, they can't speak to, to you because you're all in government. So civil society is ready to amplify their voices. They are wallowing with limited budgetary allocation, and that has been recurrent over the years, where they put on table a budget of 35.6 billion, and since they fall under agro-industrialization, for the traceability, what is allocated is 13.9 billion. So even if government disburses that, it might not serve the purpose, because they have other administrative requirements that have to be met, because that money is not only for the system, but also other needs that they have. So could you please, Honorable, speak to all those challenges? There are many challenges, but we know and trust in you, the chairperson. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, moderator, my fellow panelists, and you, the participants. I would like to start by apologizing for reaching late. I have a lot of commitments, and even after here, there are other team waiting for me. But for record purpose, I'm a woman leader, Agnes, the chairperson for Parliamentary Committee on Agriculture. I'd like to thank SEATINI. Thank you so much for loving Uganda, and especially putting much effort on ensuring that you push government to bring out proper policies. You have turned to be a serious advocate to the population of this country, because I've met you in very many forums, trying your best to improve on service delivery, especially to the farming sector. As Parliament, we are not the initiators of the budget. And before I give my input into this discussion, may I know the Ministry of Agriculture present here? Thank you so much. Thank you. I wanted to know that because that's the mother ministry that brings before Parliament the budget of the agricultural sector, whereby UCDA is one of the agencies that are under this ministry. It's true, agricultural sector is suffering a lot in the budget allocation. Yet Uganda is a signatory to the Malabo Protocol, where an agreement was made that every country should put a 10% of the national budget to the agricultural sector. And if you've observed this financial year theme and strategies, it's all surrounding agro-industrialization, agricultural mechanization, commercial agriculture, value addition, and all this surrounds agricultural sector. But the budget is not being allocated enough to facilitate this wonderful objective of our country. Currently, we're in 2.7% in allocation. 2.7. Yet, if you also observe in the NTR that this country gets, it's mainly got from agriculture, whereby UCDA, DDA are the main key players in giving this country NTR. meaning that the investment in this kind of sectors as a government is very key for the development of the country's economy. But this is what is not being seen. I want to testify that when the sector's budget was brought before Parliament, UCDA labored to explain these directives of traceability, how important it was to the country. We engaged the ministry. That's why I asked the representative of the ministry to be here. It was like the ministry didn't understand this. Of which, to me, it was a disappointment. Because if the mother ministry that brings the budget before Parliament cannot understand this kind of very important directives and didn't even put much effort and interest to take it as a priority for the country, you can see where we are heading to. I'm happy that you stated that at first, in the budget framework, it was 2 billion out of 35 billion. And it's House Parliament that tried to push to the 13.9. Lucky enough, I was with my former chair, because I was a deputy chair by then. I was with my former chair. And I presented this myself before the budget committee. But the mother ministry didn't take it as a serious matter. We had 3 corrigenders, which was including this very important action that our country is supposed to take as per this directive. And in another engagement, as I read from here, we need to embark on line ministries, because those are the initiators and they're the people that this agency presents their budget first before them and they bring to Parliament. As Parliament, we also have limitations. You've heard recently the President returned back the appropriation bill. But this appropriation bill, if you follow Parliament, when we were doing the reallocations, those money was reallocated to strategic areas. I want to testify that as Parliament, we are also disappointed. We are extremely disappointed, even if we are the appropriators, because there are areas that the sector of government comes with, which is not very key to the common interest of the citizens, but they take it as a priority. So we are also somehow at crossroads with government, because we are wondering, what is this? What is your priorities? Because what they take as a priority is not what the citizen takes as a priority. Like the 35 billion was very key. Because if we don't do this traceability, we don't sensitize our people, yet coffee is one of the key exports that this country depends on. How many will be affected if we try to trickle down to the end user? This is what I can say, that it goes back to what Honorable George said, that do we have a national think tank? Are we following the world and its trends as a country? Because I have to be honest, there's a problem. I'm not lamenting, but I'm just honest. There's a problem, yet our population depends on agriculture. And one of the key exports is coffee. we are willing, and I'm calling upon you, the civil society organization. These agencies, it has reached an extent that they cannot speak for themselves. And they are hard. Like we saved UCDA. I'm hearing they are bringing it back again for rationalization. Now, if you see in the budget, the issue of extension workers, we are having a crisis is in extension services to our people. But that is not a priority. And if you see the justification of the rationalization, it's not realistic. And I'm wondering, what else will government bring these agencies with? Because if you see the certificate of financial implication, it's not realistic vis-a-vis the NTR that this entity brings to the country. What they're saving is more below what UCDA brings to the country as NTR. If you see the number of workers, UCDA is in crisis. They cannot do their work diligently. Yet the number of coffee farmers are increasing. The standard and quality have to be adhered to. Even recently, before the budget, I was battling in Parliament, struggling for UCDA to build a proper laboratory that could meet the world standard. They needed 55 billion, but they couldn't be allocated even 50 shillings. I had to struggle. They increased 23 billion, and this reallocation, it has taken the money. That's why I said there is a crisis in government, especially the initiators of government budgeting. And you, the civil society organization, for us as Parliament, we have where we can act. We have also our different roles. But the Ministry of Agriculture should pull up their socks, because they carry the burden of this country. But as committees, especially the sector committee, we are very committed. We are willing to do everything to support Ministry of Agriculture and the agencies under them. But we have to speak one language. We have to be in position to speak one language. Right now, this is something very important. But is government seeing it as important? This is a question we have to ask ourselves. If it's not, how are we going to make government see that it's a priority? Other countries, we like working on crisis. They first want our export to deteriorate because of this, yet we have already a guideline that would make us go through it. 2, we have to strategize. Message to the farmers. Good enough, Parliament sent me to some countries, and I managed to assess how important is it for us to handle the issue of environmental degradation vis-a-vis our interests, especially like in coffee. These directives is instead so beneficial to the coffee sector, because our coffee is not yielding enough due to lack of pollinations. Our forests would help in those pollination. And I would go back to George's statement. NFA should be on board. And we have to also guide what type of trees are we supposed to plant that would boost up the production of our coffee? What are the strategic trees that would give the quality of our coffee once we go to the external market? So this is the right time to give guidance to our farmers, and we have to bring NFA on board to help in this guidance and availability of this type of trees that is supposed to be planted. And as a country, let us not deal with only coffee. Climate change is becoming a pandemic. And as a country who depends on agriculture, we have to focus on ensuring that we don't treat this as something just like a directives, but we should love it, hone it, and implement it. Finally, I would like to pledge on behalf of Parliament. And I'm thinking, when my colleagues were speaking here, I was thinking, what can we do? What can I do? How can I push? I was thinking of what we can do. I think in the next engagement, we have to bring Ministry of Finance on board. Ministry of Finance is another tool that is frustrating proper implementation of government projects, because releases are not on time. Government of Uganda is planning a lot, spending a lot, but the moment releases are not in time, it frustrates the entire chain. Like if you see this financial year, they didn't want to put coffee seedlings, but as a committee, we forced coffee seedlings and even harriers to be handled in this financial year. But when you prepare the farmers and you release these seedlings during dry season, then all these will not be planted or it will go to waste. Yet government is putting a lot of money to pay the service providers who supplied those seedlings. So as civil society organization, let us also engage with the Ministry of Finance. Uganda as a country has very good policies, but our challenge is implementation. Our policies, our laws, our regulations, those who come to Uganda to benchmark, they have gone ahead of us using our own law. So the problem here is our own. And we have to sit here and call a spade and handle this matter for the betterment of our country and even the relationship with our neighbors. Quality is very key. And if we could provide quality services, then we will attract market other than depending on external market. Thank you so much.
A round of applause for Honorable Auma Linda Agnes. Thank you so much. Honorable, you've raised so many pertinent issues, but also you've committed that there is what you can do and you will do, and also encouraged us to do what we have to do. But I think we also have to maybe start a hashtag Save UCDA, because we are getting to that point. Because we need UCDA, and Honorable has informed us that the talk around rationalization is emerging again. And so we may need to do it that way in order to save UCDA. And it should survive because of its role. it would die because there is silo planning. So I think
the sector, which one is oil?
they coexist. So I think we need to really do what we have to do to give all the support to UCDA to do what they have to do. Because we acknowledge UCDA's role. The coffee sector needs a body that oversees it, that regulates it, dedicated, because coffee is a principal cash crop. And it's a third export earner. It earns a third of export earnings. So, I mean, if we let it also go, what will we remain with? About the gold issue, that's not for this discussion, but we don't know really how that plays out, because gold and coffee are top export earners. But what we know and what is closer to our hearts is coffee. That's what we know. So we must save it. So like we had this campaign of Save Bugoma Forest, I think we need Save UCDA. We truly need it. But more to what Honorable brought out, the issue, the budgetary allocation to agriculture of 2.7%, as opposed to what we committed, 10%. That's really under Malabo. That's really something that we need to take seriously and improve. And I think also the need to address some of the challenges in our ministries, departments and agencies also needs to be given due attention, because I know all ministries are doing all they can, but they need to be guided, and some concerns need to be brought on table in regards to how they can do better. Yes. Because we acknowledge finance is doing what it's doing, and we need its role, because it's doing really a lot in terms of also guiding the country, especially the economy. When you read the status of the economy reports, you will be able to appreciate that there is a lot that finance is doing, and also in partnership with other agencies under finance, because URA is under finance, among others, and private sector development is under finance, and it's a critical component of even the budget and the national development plan. So all the ministries are doing, even Ministry of Agriculture, they're doing really some commendable work. But I think when these concerns emerge, we need to take them in good faith and close those gaps. And Honorable has been honest enough to share and point out a number of gaps. And the issue of our economy depending on agriculture, that's the reality. There's only one reality, and that's it. We depend on agriculture in all ways, and many people trace their livelihood from agriculture. So we need to revive the agriculture sector, but also when we revive the agriculture sector, we'll improve the livelihoods of majority of people who depend on it. Honorable, thank you so much for honoring our invitation and also sharing those wonderful insights and committing to walk this journey with us. Mr. Gumisiriza, thank you so much. I will let you take your seat. We have reached the tail end of our program. I know we are all hungry. I hope we are not angry. Yes, but the good news is we are now going to have closing remarks, but we're not going to close the discussion. It will continue, because we're not closing shop. Absolutely, we will continue with this discussion. And for our closing remarks, we have a representative of the Commissioner, Department of Crop Inspection and Certification at Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries. So, ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Ms. Joyce Brenda Chisingiri, Acting Principal Inspector, MAIF, who is representing Dr. Paul Mwambu, Commissioner, Department of Crop Inspection and Certification at Ministry of Agriculture. A round of applause.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I know we have delayed a bit, so I'll try to summarize the Commissioner's remarks, closing remarks. We are from the Department of Crop Inspection and Certification in the Ministry of Agriculture. This department is responsible for regulating quality assurance, exports, and inputs in the crop subsector. The Commissioner, here are his remarks. All protocol observed because of time. And before I read his remarks, I would like to appreciate the various submissions that have been made today. We've taken note of each and every one. They are very crucial and definitely honorable. We have taken note and we look forward to giving you an update on these matters that you have raised, because it's progressive work, and I hope SEATINI and stakeholders can arrange a forum for the policymakers, for top management at the ministry to give you an update. Because I'm aware at my level that there is progressive work towards this. And some of the remarks you've made, for example, the national traceability, they are probably justifiable reasons why that is still on hold, because this is a national matter for us as a ministry. And I also want to give an example why we consider traceability a national matter. The department has set up a crop inspection and certification digital system that will trace inputs of all plants and plant products, of all inputs, including seed, fertilizers, chemicals. This is a digital system. And that system will also house the export certification system, right from tracing the farmer, the pack house, the transporter, the clearing agent to a destination. So there are progressive processes going on in the ministry. Please provide another forum. We shall adequately update you. So let me read the remarks. The matter we have discussed here today is very important to government, to private sector, the numerous farmers for coffee, cocoa, and other affected products, because you're aware, so not only these products that are affected, who are the backbone of this industry, to also the consumers in Europe. You've heard, we are told that now they are starting to bulk up to prepare. So it's a matter for all of us. So we thank SEATINI Uganda and the Coffee Development Authority for causing this sector dialogue. Colleagues, trade and environment are closely related. Therefore, it is key to examine the relationship between the two and continue to innovatively leverage the two to sustain both and humanity. Globally, agriculture trade is increasingly faced with barriers to trade, which are non-tariff in nature, such as increased preferential tariffs for green goods, incentive schemes for low-carbon materials, and sanitary and phytosanitary measures. However, compliance to market requirements is often a challenge. Fortunately, government through the MAIF's Directorates of Crop, Animal, and Fisheries have considerable experience in drawing compliance mechanisms for meeting requirements, such as the EU. We can give an example of the honey requirements for the EU, the various animal products, the fisheries products, and the horticulture sector. We are progressively and increasingly and frequently working with the EU to make sure that we comply with market requirements. So we have the experience and we have the capacity, and we shall support UCDA to make sure that we comply. However, these successful initiatives have been facilitated by strong public-private partnerships. Therefore, in light of today's discussion, what is our responsibility? What is our takeaway? There are about 10 questions, discussion points here. 1, can we use the purpose of these directives to objectively examine the emerging trends, the agriculture practices, and trade-related services across the board? This has already been echoed here today. We shouldn't be in a firefighting mode. These are issues of national importance, and the sooner we realize that all value chains, whether crop, fisheries, or animal, these are the things we were supposed to do years ago. Okay? So there's no crisis. The crisis is only the delay. But we have the experience to manage these as government. So, ladies and gentlemen, we recognize the increased use of those non-tariff measures, such as private standards. This has been a discussion at WTO since 2018-2019. The use of these other non-trade restrictive measures to govern trade. What have we been doing? What should we do better moving forward? What conclusions have we drawn today that can be scaled up to inform sustainable production farming as a business? You as a business, farmer, business holder, what do you do before you plant? What do you do before you get into this business? Have you done comprehensive market research? Not about volumes and export destinations. What are those market requirements? What are the possible restriction measures you might face? What measures have you been put in place to mitigate this? So this is the way we should be now talking about agriculture. How can we take on best practices but also advertise the already existing sector interventions and policies geared to responsible environmental sustainability and production? How do we together assist farmers to quickly and willingly now come on board, realize that quality and compliance begins with them, and it is the gateway to the market? What inclusive stakeholder sensitization strategies will we employ to meet the deadline? How can we improve the communication gap to ensure availability and access to quality, timely information by farmers, aggregators, and exporters? How can we leverage the issue around these coffee EU directives to develop and strengthen communication of agriculture-related notifications and cause timely discussions on seemingly trade restrictive measures before they come into enforcement? Let me take this opportunity to bring to your attention the WTO SPS EPING platform. This is a platform for every one of us, including farmers. Please Google WTO SPS EPING platform. All WTO member states notify all measures related to all commodities before they come into force. They give us time to discuss these notifications, come up with comments, even come up, with bilateral negotiation mechanisms to allow us to slowly, gradually comply. Have we used these opportunities? These are the discussions. I hope these are the lessons we are taking away from today. Do we need to cause discussion to examine opportunities for technical assistance programs available at the WTO that could provide support to least developed countries and low-income countries to be able to comply with future current environmental trade restrictions? What about the bilateral engagements? If Italy is the major importer of our coffee, how can we engage with Italy? They need it. How can they support us to comply? Government also recognizes the possible negative impacts of agriculture-related activities on biodiversity. We are still advocating government to pass the Food and Genetic Resources Agriculture Policy. Because as much as we are clearing, we also affect biodiversity and affect other sectors in this manner. Apart from the cost of compliance, is there a need to carry out regular agri-value chain environmental impact analysis, comprehensive risk assessments, monitor and evaluate processes to inform good agricultural practices, and needed timely interventions and strategies, and policy interventions to safeguard socio-economic transformation comprehensively. So these are some of the points that the Commissioner raises, and let me proceed to his concluding remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, it is important to read the relevant directives, be informed, pass on the accurate information to the public. We advise that we should urgently embrace the developed national traceability mechanisms by the National Committee at UCDA that will provide reliable data and proof of compliance in the sector as per market requirements, increase transparency, ensure harmonized practices, positive talk to increase consumer confidence and market uptake of our agricultural products. The agreed proposed strategies today and those already proposed by the National Technical Working Group to address the EUDR and the CS3D, when fully launched, will promote good practices, foster holistic corporate social responsibility, hence assuring Uganda's continued compliance with domestic, regional, and international market standards, and her overall obligations set out in the Sustainable Development Goals, such as the SDG 13 for climate change, SDG 12 for sustainable consumption and production. It is our prayer as MAIF that we will continue such dialogues, set up stakeholder platforms to foster engagements, horizon scanning mechanisms to quickly identify policy issues, foster public-private partnerships, negotiate bilateral mechanisms, improve appreciation on importance of developing the national good agriculture practices for all priority agri-value chains. He also mentions environmental sustainability plans. This is critical because we at one point were faced with an audit on pesticide use in this country from the EU. So we decided to work with the EU to put in place what is required. But we got to know that one of the documents they will need is the environmental sustainability strategy or plan. So without that document and the gaps, these attract for audits, and audits are expensive. So this will, in the long run, sustainably address constraints that impede market access, promotion of human health, animal health, environmental health, and food safety. Also, he notes, despite the rationalization of agencies of government, the Minister of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries was able to justify to Cabinet the need of the Food and Agriculture Regulatory Authority. This was a culmination of studying the current rigorous trade ecosystem, market non-compliances, production and productivity constraints, the current silo administrative arrangements, resource constraints, the global agenda for promotion of a One Health approach. Therefore, we take the EUDR and the EU CS3D as both a challenge and an opportunity to improve the agro-industrialization program of Uganda. Uganda must not be left behind. I thank you for listening to me, and with this, I declare today's workshop officially closed. For God and my country.
Thank you so much, Ms. Brenda. Chisingiri from Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, but also Miss Brenda Chisingiri is the Acting Principal Inspector, MAIF, and she has just delivered closing remarks on behalf of the Commissioner, Department of Crop Inspection and Certification at MAIF. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants, you will agree with me that this was a very, very constructive discussion, and it has yielded a number of proposals and also concerns and issues that we need to cascade to greater levels. And on behalf of SEATINI and UCDA, would like to appreciate each one of you for taking out time to be part of this conversation and also sharing your insights to enrich the discussion. And this is not going to definitely stop here. We will continue with the discussions and engagements, and the deliberations from this engagement will be shared in form of a report with all of you, and we will be in touch with you for other subsequent steps that we will be taking. That may include also convening another engagement specifically with MAIF, but also with the Parliamentary Committee on Agriculture, convening one with the higher authorities. Where need be, we could send a petition to the President or a communique from this engagement spelling out critical issues, and the action of saving UCDA should be taken seriously because we need to save UCDA. Yes, and from SEATINI to all of you, thank you and thank you. We have some administrative announcements. We would like to do a group picture, if you don't mind. Is that okay with all of us? We could come to the front and do this, take the group picture, but also we will send a modest facilitation to all of you. I hope we all registered. Our mobile money numbers on the registration sheet. And there is lunch. Immediately after here, we will get coupons and proceed. The coupons are at the back end. There is a colleague, but I'd also like to recognize the SEATINI team and the UCDA team, communication team. Communication teams both from SEATINI and UCDA, thank you for the amazing work, because we believe when you put issues out there, they reach far, and maybe the President has already seen that stakeholders are not happy and they have concerns. Thank you so much. Please let's make our way to the front. The camera people will guide how we position ourselves as we take the picture. Apologies, colleagues. There's a suggestion that it's better outside. There's the terrace, and everyone loves the terrace view. So let's go for it. Thank you.